I see that it's already in the process of letting City TV know. And I will start the broadcast after the recorded message. Of course, Madam Chair, you can open it up and then Heidi will come on to do roll call.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to invite you to the special Planning Commission meeting, City of Santa Barbara, July 23rd, 2020. Going to ask Ms. Rydell to please call the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call. Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Before we go to preliminary matters, I wanted to ask staff, as we have been in recent virtual meetings, to please put the slide up on the screen that lets the public know how they can provide verbal or oral comment to us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ellen Kokenda. If anyone wishes to speak on this particular item when the time comes and public comment is open, you click the raise your hand button. You only have to click it one time and that will indicate to us that you wish to speak. And everyone will have 2 minutes to speak after I call on you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kokenda. Now let's go to preliminary matters with Ms. DeBusk. And the first one is any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of X agenda items.
Madam Chair, we have none.
Very good. Do we have any announcements or appeals?
Chair Schwartz, we have no announcements and no appeals.
Okay, let's go to our next item, which is a review, consideration, and action on the following draft Planning Commission minutes and resolutions, if applicable. We have Planning Commission meeting minutes from July 9th, 2020. So I'm going to ask the commissioners if there are any revisions to these meeting minutes. Would you please turn on your webcams and microphones and let me know about that? And if I don't see any revisions, I would like to ask for a commissioner to make a motion to move to approve as drafted.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a first from Lodge, a second from Wiscombe. Any discussion on the motion from any of the other commissioners? Seeing none, Ms. Rydell, would you please call a voice vote on approval of the July 9th Commission meeting minutes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Bonderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe. Or
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Next are any comments to us from members of the public pertaining to items not on our agenda today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, if you are a member of the public and would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda, please raise your hand using the hand icon. Just to note that you only have to click the hand one time in order to raise it. And I do not see anyone who wishes to speak at this time. I will just ask Ms. Rydell if we received any written comment.
Thank you, Ellen. This is Heidi Rydell. I believe the Planning Commission did receive general written correspondence, and that was distributed to them prior to this meeting.
Thank you. Ms. Rydell, since we're referring to public comment, is there any update from staff on making available by way of electronic folder or otherwise the communications, written communications distributed to the Planning Commission through your office, such that they could access that directly themselves?
Yes, I am happy to announce that as of this morning, we did receive approval from the city attorney's office to begin posting public written correspondence submitted to us online so the public can view it. We will be meeting further to discuss establishing a procedure for that. So I do not have a timeline yet for when that will happen, but I'm happy to announce that that is in the works and that has received approval.
Thank you. That's very encouraging news, Ms. Rydell. Appreciate that. All right, we're going to go to our one special item today. It's the Stormwater Management Program amendments. And after I read the item into the record, I'm going to make a few remarks as to how we're going to structure today's hearing. So as I mentioned, this is the Stormwater Management Program amendments. And it's going to be both a discussion by the Planning Commission upon receiving presentations, and also we are going to be providing recommendations to the City Council on proposed amendments to the program. The way we're going to move through the hearing today is first, I want to ask my colleagues if there is any objection to the American Institute of Architects Advocacy Committee in making what I've granted as a 15-minute presentation after a staff presentation. And that is for two reasons. First, the AIA Advocacy Committee has been in discussions and negotiation with the Creek staff for upwards of 18 months now. And many of those discussions and proposals are actually incorporated into the staff report. So if I don't see any objections from my colleagues, we're going to proceed that way. And so the sequence then will be a staff will make up to a 30-minute presentation to us, followed by a maximum of 15 minutes for the two members of the AIA Advocacy Committee, Mr. Paul Zink and Mr. Tom Oxner. And they've already conducted both a technical test and a presentation test with staff. So we theoretically should be ready to go with that. So following those two presentations, going to turn to any public comment that we have waiting for us online. And then we'll take a short break, probably 5 or so minutes. We'll see what time that is, how much public comment we have, and then we'll bring it back to the commission for questions and ultimately deliberations in formulating some recommendations to the council. And I don't see any webcams on, so let's go ahead and get this underway. So to staff, who will be making the 30-minute presentation today?
That will be me, George Johnson.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, welcome. And are there other members of the Parks and Rec Department who are here today if there are any specific questions to those individuals?
Yes, we have Jim Rumbley, who's a planner with the Creeks Division, and Jill Zachary, who's the Parks and Recreation Director.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to you both. But I take it, Mr. Johnson, you're the primary representative for most of our communication today.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, very good. We have a new tool that we're using. You can see this on your screen, Mr. Johnson, and it's a timer that will help you and for me as chair to facilitate to the 30 minutes that we've allotted. So just confirm if you can see that timer on the screen, if you would.
Yes, I can.
Okay, excellent. Let's go ahead and proceed with your presentation.
Okay, today we're going to be talking about proposed amendments to the stormwater requirements for new development and redevelopment within the city. Next slide, please. We'll start doing a little background here with the non-point source urban pollution and kind of define it a little bit. It's a problem that's evolved incrementally as the city has developed. The pollutants that are of concern are bacteria, hydrocarbons, pesticides, fertilizers, metals, nutrients, sediment, and trash. These pollutants create beach warnings and closures, potential public health issues, impacts to our aquatic environment, as well as potential impacts to the economy, and have the potential to have fines from our regional board if we exceed the standards. So all the creeks and beaches in the city of Santa Barbara are designated as impaired. Next slide, please. And what impaired means is that these pollutants exceed federal standards for like recreational contact as well as aquatic habitat. And the city has a very comprehensive stormwater management program that's allowed us to avoid being designated with TMDLs, which is another federal Clean Water Act designation that would require the city to do lots of plans and expensive studies to try to come up with a plan as to how we would no longer exceed or be labeled as impaired water bodies. And in lieu of that, we have the stormwater management program and permit that's been that is regulated by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and they require us to implement this stormwater management program. It has a lot of different aspects to it. One is inspection and enforcement for like illicit discharges or dumping, outreach and education on water quality issues, water quality monitoring, as well as what we're going to talk about today, which is new development must capture and treat stormwater before it leaves properties. And that's called our post-construction requirements, or PCRs. Next slide, please. So PCRs are an important tool for improving creek and ocean water quality. They do treat water at the source. It involves treating the water at the actual development project. It's an incremental approach because the pollution problem, this non-point source pollution problem, was created by urban development slowly as the city developed. It's also going to be solved slowly by having the new development treat the stormwater that runs off the property from those developments. It's the regulations are necessary for compliance with our permit with the state water or the regional water board. And these requirements are detailed in what's called the Stormwater BMP Technical Guidance Manual. Next slide, please. The Technical Guidance Manual, for short, defines the PCRs. So it tells what the requirements are, and then it provides technical assistance. It's a large document. It's probably 400 pages long plus. It was created in 2008 by Geosyntech Consultants. In partnership with the city. There was extensive public review during the creation of the technical guidance manual. It included all the city design review boards, including Planning Commission, and lots of input from stakeholders, individual meetings with stakeholders. The guidance manual was approved by City Council and adopted into the Municipal Code by reference in 2013. It was also approved again in the local coastal plan back in 2019 by both the board and the Planning Commission. It was included in the local coastal plan by reference. Next slide, please. So we'll give a quick project description of what we're here today. We're here to amend the city's technical guidance manual. That's that 400-page document and the associated PCRs, or the requirements for post-construction. And we're doing this to try to improve fairness, flexibility, and effectiveness while still maintaining the same level of water quality treatment. These changes will require amendments to the stormwater permit, the municipal code, and the local coastal plan. Next slide, please. The amendment process that we are in right now was initiated back at the end of 2018. At that time, we met with council members, design professionals, and environmental organizations. We had recognized, as well as the design community had recognized, there were areas for improvement in the technical guidance manual and the associated requirements. So we met with them, we received letters from them, and they provided a lot of good input along the way on how to improve it. We at staff had ideas where we saw there were issues that could use improvement. And so we started the process off by hiring Geosyntec to cover the more technical portions of the manual while we worked more on the requirements and reformatting of the technical guidance manual to make it easier to read. During 2019, when these amendments were made, we got additional stakeholder input from the design community and the environmental community through letters and individual meetings. We came up with a revised technical guidance manual in finished product in February 2020, was put on the city's website, and then we held 2 public meetings. Next slide, please. We were scheduled to go to the Planning Commission in April of this year, but we got additional input from the design community that we wanted addressed, so we delayed that commission meeting until now. There are 3 basic things we're going to try to cover today. The technical guidance manual itself, we made some significant changes to that manual just to make it easier to read and more user-friendly for the people who have to adhere to these requirements. And so we reformatted things and got rid of some typographical errors and just made it in general easier to use. That's one thing. The thing we're going to talk about most today are the tier 3 thresholds. These that we are proposing to change the thresholds as part of the amendments. And then the third major area is exemptions, and we'll cover those later on in the presentation. So tier thresholds, we have 3 tiers. The proposed tiered system will go to a 4-tiered system. The existing tiers are dependent on land use type, geographic location, permit process, as well as the project size. In order to attempt to simplify this, we are proposing that the tiers are dependent only on project size. Next slide, please. So we are going to go over the proposed tier requirements for each of them and then compare them to the existing. Proposed tier 1 requirements, most of the development in the city will qualify if these amendments are approved for either tier 1 or tier 2 requirements. Tier 1 requirements are very simple. They're small and expensive landscaping improvements such as rain barrels. Next slide. Tier 2 involves a volumetric treatment, which means that you treat a volume of water that runs off the property. And so in this case, it's for tier 2, it's a 1-inch storm event from whatever area is new or replaced as part of the development. The key part of this that we'll go over a little bit more is it's more flexible than the tier 3 requirements, because tier 3, you have to treat the entire parcel, not just the new and replaced. And in tier 2, you can do that treatment anywhere on the parcel. You can treat any hardscape on the parcel. You don't have to actually treat the area that is being redeveloped or expanded. This tier requires minimal calculations and no stormwater reports, unlike tier 3. Next slide, please. Tier 3 requirements are staying relatively similar to or substantially the same as the existing requirements. This tier, let me back up and say one thing. In the tier 1 requirements are 0 to 500 feet. The tier 2 requirements are 500 to 2,000 square feet. So if you have a development project that's between 500 and 2,000 square feet, then you meet the tier 3 threshold, and you have to install those requirements. And then for tier 3, it's 2,000 square feet up to 1,499 or 15,000 square feet. And that's the threshold for tier 3 in the proposal. These requirements are basically the same as existing. You have to treat a 1-inch storm event. You have to treat the entire parcel. But we've made some changes to make it a little easier. One in particular is the 95% rule, where you only have to treat 95% of the impervious area as opposed to 100% in the current requirements. But we want to note that these changes will result in reduced treatment of the stormwater because we're raising the threshold. The current threshold for tier 3 is 500, and we're raising that to 2,000. Next slide, please. This map shows areas of the city in red. You can see those are the Hillside Design District, commercial areas, and then the coastal zone. Right now, the requirements, if you have a development project in those areas and it's over 500 square feet, you are required to do the tier 3 requirements. If you're in the blue area and the threshold for tier 3 is 4,000 square feet. Next slide, please. The proposal in this amendment is to make it uniform throughout the city. Again, back to what we said, that it would be based solely on project size. Tier 3 would be 2,000 square feet for any development within the city in that blue area. Next slide, please. We're going to go over some quick project examples for Tier 3. This is an existing home with a garage and a driveway. Next slide. If we put a 575 square foot addition on it, that's what it would look like in the backyard there. Next slide. For the existing requirements in Tier 3, if you are in those red areas of the map, this would exceed the 500 square feet, so it would require you to treat the entire hardscape on the parcel outlined in yellow. Next slide, please. And then for those areas that were in blue on the map, the treatment requirement for those areas for a 575 square foot addition would be nothing. So you can see there's no outline there, and you would not be required to treat anything. Next slide, please. So the idea with the Tier 3 is to try to distribute it more evenly throughout the city and make it a more fair process. Right now, one area has to do 500 square feet, the other 4,000. So at 2,000 for the entire city, it makes it a more fair system, as well as those areas in blue are the flatter areas of the city, and they're more single residential neighborhoods. Those areas tend to be easier to do treatment because there's more landscaped area, and the flat slopes make it easier to do water quality treatment. So now we're going to go over the proposed example for Tier 2 requirements. You can see here that area identified in yellow is that 575 square feet. So that exceeds, so that's a Tier 2 project. It's not Tier 1, that would be lower than 500, and it's not Tier 3, which is above 2,000. Next slide, please. So the idea is you have to treat the runoff from that area identified in yellow, the 1-inch storm event. Next slide. But what's different with Tier 2 is that you can do that treatment anywhere on the parcel. So you see we've outlined the garage there. If that were 575 square feet, you could treat that as opposed to treating the actual area of new development. Next slide, please. You could treat the front of the house if that was easier and less expensive to treat. Next slide. Or you could treat the driveway. So this just shows the flexibility in the Tier 2 is that it allows you to do the treatment anywhere on the hardscape, from any hardscape on the property. Next slide. Now, proposed Tier 4 requirements. This is a new proposal, an added tier. This is a tier that the Central Coast PCRs currently have, or post-construction requirements. They include that in theirs. It applies to very large development projects over 15,000 square feet of new or replaced impervious area. And when we originally we're going to bring this back to the Planning Commission in April, the amendment was going to include that you had to retain 2.4 inches of runoff for all new or replaced impervious areas. We went back and looked at the Water Board regulations after some comments we received regarding Tier 4, and we found that their requirements at the Central Coast actually allow you to treat just retain just 1.2 inches of runoff for all existing impervious surfaces and 2.4 inches for permeable areas. So we have now included that as part of the amendment. The Tier 4 was added to try to offset the potential lost treatment due to Tier 3. In Tier 3, you have to treat the whole parcel. Tier 2, you only treat the new area of development. So Tier 3, we are, by raising the threshold up to 2,000 square feet from 500, there will be fewer Tier 3 projects. And that means there will be less treatment of water quality. So this Tier 4 will help make up for that lost treatment. Next slide, please. Here's an example of Tier 4. It's probably pretty typical to the downtown area. You've got a little bit of landscaping, not a lot. Most of the parcel is covered by either building or parking lot or walkways. And so next slide. In order to do the treatment, you retain 1.2 inches for all those blue areas, all the square footage in the blue areas, and 2.4 for the yellow areas. So if you were to develop this whole project site, lot line to lot line, without any impervious areas in the development, you would be required to retain 1.2 inches for those blue areas, those square footage of those blue areas, and 2.4 inches for the yellow. Next slide, please. So now we've covered the tiers portion of it. We're going to go into the exemptions. We have a total of 23 exemptions proposed. We've included some and revised some to make them easier to use and allow people to get exemptions for small things that before might have knocked them into tier 3 or put them above the tier 3 threshold. These are, for instance, our maintenance and repair, re-roofing projects, driveways over 15% slopes are now exempt, shared driveways are exempt, minor work in the public right-of-way for like utilities and things like that are exempt. This is, we also include that 5% where only 95% of tier 3 impervious areas have to be treated. So you have 5% where you don't have to, and this helps out a lot because sometimes there's parts of the parcel that are difficult to treat. And by having that, those small areas can not have to do treatment and allow it easier to meet the requirements. Second story exemption was changed actually to include second stories are now considered part of the square footage for the threshold. So that is different than the current program. And we wanted to mention that within the exemptions or within the definitions of the within the definition sections of the technical guidance manual, which is related to the maintenance and repair exemptions, we define what maintenance of paving is. We are still working with Public Works on that definition. And when we have that finalized, we'll bring that final definition back to the City Council. But we just wanted to mention we're still working with Public Works on that definition. Next slide, please. Now we want to go over the response to comments. As I said, back in April, we received a lot of comments related to the amendments, and there were a few primary categories, and we're going to cover those right now. The first request was to increase the tier threshold from 2,500 to 2,000. I mean, from 2,000 square feet to 2,500. As we said, the current threshold is 500 square feet, so we're raising that by 4 times, and we want to point out that we're trying to make a proportional system or tiered proportional system so that small projects have a little bit of treatment requirement, medium projects have a little bit more, larger projects more, and then extra large projects even more. So along with that, we felt that at 2,000 square feet, this is a pretty significant development project. It's a minimum of $1 million. It'll probably be there for at least 50 years. And the treatment requirement for any project under that size will treat only the new and impervious area, not the existing development. So it's important to note that with tier 2, you are only really covering the new additional area. So that is not really an improvement to water quality. It's just kind of maintaining water quality at status quo. Tier 3 treats the entire parcel or some of the or all of the existing hardscape on the property. That is where you actually get improvement to your water quality because you're treating the existing hardscape as well as the new. So if we raise that threshold too high to too high of a level, it will take us longer to meet the stormwater quality requirements because again, not the requirements, but it'll take it longer to improve water quality simply because we will be maintaining status quo below 2,000 square feet, but over 2,000 square feet is where we'll be getting the real improvement to water quality. And again, if we set that too high, it just will take longer for us to improve water quality. We want to note that the exemptions we've included make compliance easier, such as the 5% impervious area, and some exemptions that help you to get under the 2,000 square foot threshold with minor work or maintenance or re-roofing type projects. Next slide, please. Another comment that we received was to exclude the State Street downtown area from tier 4. As I said, when we originally proposed this, it was going to be a 2.4-inch requirement for the entire hardscape. Now it's 1.2 because the downtown area has mostly developed parcels with not a lot of permeable area on the parcels. It's pretty safe to assume that a majority of the projects will only have to retain that 1.2-inch. That is more than the tier 3 requirement right now, but not significantly more. So having added this, we feel that it addresses the issues with the downtown development. It is consistent with the regional board, and in terms of exclusion areas, we don't know of any districts that have exclusion areas for this tier 4 requirement, and it's not in the PCRs for the regional board. So we're not sure, even if we requested it would be approved, but that would be up to the board to decide. Next slide. We also received comments about a waiver process. We want to make it clear to everyone that there already is an existing waiver process. It's not a complete waiver of the requirements, but it is a partial waiver, and it can be due to technical or legal infeasibility. The regional board requirements do not have a waiver process, so that is unique for the city. We do have that, and their requirements don't. And even if the board were convinced to waive some or all of the requirements, they have made it clear to us that even if those were waived, that offsite compliance would be required for that particular development. And we don't recommend that because it's both administratively difficult and typically far more expensive than treating on site. So we do have a waiver process, and we don't actually track how many waivers we've approved, but we think it's somewhere around 25 over the life of these requirements. And so that's our best estimate at this point. But we do get requests for waivers. Most of the time, projects can comply without waivers. And then in a few cases where there's site constraints that make it difficult, we are able to grant partial waivers to allow them to comply with the requirements. Next slide, please. Another one related to waivers is an appeal process. And I think this is more geared toward grievances associated with either staff's interpretation of the requirements or the regulations themselves. We want to say that an appeal process to the Planning Commission, a board like the Planning Commission or City Council, you could air grievances concerning that, but the board and City Council don't really have the power to grant complete exemptions to these PCRs without risking a permit violation. So they could grant that, but then we'd be in danger of violating our permit, and that could create potential liability and fines for the city. So although we could do it, it does come with some type of risk, and it's not part of any appeal process, is not part of the regional boards, PCRs, or any jurisdictions that we know of in the Central Coast. We want to point out that the regional board has offered to hear grievances or complaints or just some clarifications as to interpretation or implementation of the requirements, so that if someone is not happy with how the city is implementing these requirements, they can go to the regional board and ask them to hear what they are concerned about. And we want to point out that Creek staff doesn't operate with any oversight, that applicants do and are able to ask senior people in planning and as well, in community development, as well as the Parks and Recreation Department, to hear grievances concerning the PCRs and staff's interpretation and implementation of those. Next slide, please. The last response to comment we're going to talk about is development of in lieu fee programs. This was something that was also requested. We don't recommend this for the city of Santa Barbara, and the main simple reason is we did research around the state, and we're not able to find what we considered a successful in lieu fee program. And what we mean by successful is that a program that's been able to gather or to generate enough funds to go out and purchase a piece of property or select it, purchase it, do the design, and install a regional water quality treatment project. Santa Monica is the only one we know that's up and operating, and they do collect some fees, but they haven't collected enough since 2011 to actually install a regional project within their city. There's also a lot of barriers to actually doing an in lieu fee program. Even if we were to include it as part of the amendments, we want to make it clear it would take quite a while before a developer would be able to actually use it and contribute to it as a way to avoid installing post-construction BMPs to meet the post-construction requirements. And there's high fees associated with it. That lengthy process to get approval from the water board. We have to get a watershed plan approved that identifies all the areas where these regional water quality treatment projects would be located. As I said again about the fees, in order to have a successful program, you have to have very high fees. San Francisco is working on a program. They've been working on it for 2 years, and they don't think it'll be approved for another 2 years. So as I said, these programs take a long time to get developed and get approved. And their proposal was $920,000 per acre. Because the costs of project implementation and maintenance are unknown, we're not even sure if that is enough money. But again, that would be part of the whole in lieu fee development. You'd have to try to find and set those rates. And that is part of why it takes a long time to do that, as well as the approvals from the board. And then the last problem is there's just long delays between collecting the adequate funds and actually being able to construct the project, as I mentioned. So those are the major things that we did. We wanted to talk about in terms of the comments we received. Next slide, please. This is the recommendation for the Planning Commission to provide recommendations to the City Council on the proposed amendments to the city stormwater discharge permit. And next slide. I want to try to quickly, in the last 2 minutes, just go over some examples of BMPs. People may not understand what a BMP, it's a best management practice. And the things you're looking at are the actual physical devices used to meet the PCRs or the post-construction requirements. So these are the on-the-ground pictures of the on-the-ground things that help you to meet these requirements or allow you to meet these requirements and perform the treatment of water quality of stormwater before it leaves your property. This is a downspout from a building that just directs it away from the foundation out into the landscape area. Next slide. This is a flow spreader device similar to that, where you're taking the downspouts and you're putting it into your landscaped areas. Next slide. Rainwater garden, similar kind of technique, but it's usually a little bigger and has a few more landscape features, makes it look kind of like a little creek. Next slide, please. Rain barrels are another low-cost technique that can be used to meet some of the requirements, like for the proposed Tier 1. Next slide. Above ground cisterns, and you have difficult sites. Sometimes you constraints on your sites, you don't have an area to collect the water, so they're collected in cisterns and then slowly metered out to the landscaped areas later on, or to an infiltration basin. Next slide, please. Contained planters is another use. Next slide. Vegetated swales, like in parking lots, you do curb cuts, the water flows into those depressed areas with the plants and filters and infiltrates the water. Next slide. Roadside swales, kind of the same thing, but in our road right-of-ways. Next slide. Bioretention, this can be used for parking lots. Next slide. Infiltrated basin, this is at the cancer center. This is where you get a larger area where you're collecting a big volume of water to infiltrate and get treated. Next slide. Planter box, this is a flow-through treatment device. We're almost through.
Thank you,
Green
Mr.
roof.
Johnson. Yeah, let's go ahead and wrap up, please.
Yep, and then just a couple more, keep going. We'll just slide through these. You can just keep clicking. Detention basin, next. And a wet retention basin, and quickly just move through the slides. Yeah, driveways. These are ribbon driveway, permeable asphalt and concrete, gravel pavers and grass pavers, and then permeable pavers. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We'll now ask staff to facilitate uploading, and we'll turn to our next presentation by the AIA Santa Barbara Advocacy Committee that worked closely with staff, had many months of negotiations. And we have on deck, we should have Paul Zink and Tom Oxner, two architects who are the co-chairs of this particular committee. Good afternoon, Mr. Zink.
Hello, hello.
And
There's my
are we
timeline.
going to have
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Oxner
this is-
online as well? Yes, Ms. Kokinder?
Yes, I would just like to ask Mr. Oxner to share his webcam. There we go. Thank you.
Mr. Oxner, the visuals are a little fuzzy. Is there anything that's impeding the clarity of the webcam?
No. Yeah, I don't know that there is. I can try to
Okay.
wipe off the lens here. Let's see, did that help?
Okay. Okay, very good. And how would you like to, before we start the timer, how would you like to divide your 15 minutes?
You can keep it the way it is. I'll be speaking for about 6 minutes and then I'll pass it to Tom. He will wrap up our presentation.
Okay, very good. And then did you hear me at the outset of the hearing that we're going to go to public comment immediately after your presentation? And then we'll take a short break and come back to the commission. I don't know if the commissioners will have any questions specifically for you. Will you be available this afternoon?
Yes, I will.
Kind of
And I will be following
waiting
it.
on the sidelines, so to speak. Okay, very good.
Yes.
Thank you. And do you see the timer on the screen for the 15 minutes?
Yes, I
Very
do.
good. Thank you. Go ahead and proceed, please.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Planning Commissioner members. My name is Paul Zink, and with me is Tom Oshner. We are both architects in town, and our comments represent the American Institute of Architects Santa Barbara chapter. Our organization has held many meetings with local architects, civil engineers, landscape architects, and land planners over the past 18 months to talk about the current stormwater program and the proposed changes. Our organization was one of the stakeholder groups that the Creeks staff consulted. We, the AIA, recognize that these changes will be significant improvements, and we look forward to when they become official. The stormwater management program has been in place for many years, and we as professionals in town have had concerns since the beginning. It's just a shame it has taken us so long to get to where we are today, but we are glad that we are now making some tweaks. There are 4 points that I would like to address that were outlined in the letter to the Planning Commissioner. The first of all, the AIA wants to thank the Creek staff for acknowledging in the staff report that what we are required to do in terms of stormwater protection exceeds the state and county minimum standards. That's on page 1, 3rd paragraph, stormwater requirements that go beyond the minimum standards. The current Tier 3 threshold, as you know, is 500 square feet. The proposed Tier 3 threshold is 2,000 square feet. This is why the AIA is in support of these changes, and we want to see them implemented as soon as possible. The county Tier 3 threshold, however, is at 2,500 square feet. For Tier 4, the proposed city threshold is 15,000 square feet. And for the county, the threshold is 22,500 square feet. We are required to provide more stormwater protection beyond the minimum state and county standards. With COVID and the looming economic disaster on the horizon, some of our members are questioning the need of asking projects to exceed the minimum standard. That is a topic worthy of discussion, and ultimately it is the City Council who will be making that final decision. The second point, When looking at the Tier 4 requirements, there was a change in response to the AIA letter that we wrote to the Planning Commission on April 6th. And from the presentation to today, they actually pulled this item from the Planning Commission because of what we commented on, saying, wait a second, this doesn't work. What we actually asked for, or what they're actually implying, which is fantastic, what is wonderful about this change is that we initiated something that staff promoted as this is what we want. And then they went back and they asked the Regional Quality Water Board, wait a second, is there a way that we can actually lower this? Because initially, what was being asked for in Tier 4 was 2.4 inches across the board. And we screamed politely through a letter saying, no, what's going to happen in the downtown area when you have an existing lot that's 90 to 100% already paved, and you now expect us to retain 2.4 inches. It's now been altered to be 1.2 inches. We are fully in support of that change, and we are glad we are here to have that discussion. But underlying that discussion is the idea or the notion that stormwater management can be used as a no growth or slow growth policy, and that the only people that can afford to build are the ones that have deep pockets, which then you get hotel rooms that cost $800 to $1,000 a night, because it is very expensive to implement these designs that are above the minimum standards. Third point is the waivers. I asked Creeks to provide a list. They talk about it in their presentation, whether it's 20 or 25. The fact is, the people that are part of our organization that actually are trying to get civil engineering to be done say that waivers are difficult and practically impossible to achieve. That is what we are being told, and that is what I'm repeating to you. It should not be this difficult. What we are asking for is the AIA that when you're on a steep slope or your soil has a lot of clay and doesn't allow for percolation, or say you're on a site with a high groundwater table, and once again, no percolation is available. And what if you're on contaminated soil and you don't want water to percolate in there? Those are existing conditions that are obvious. And we are asking for a 50% reduction in what we have to treat, because it is possible to treat sites in these kinds of conditions with above ground cisterns and pumps and tanks and a whole bunch of stuff, but it becomes expensive. So what we are asking for is when you have a difficult site, when you have a non-typical site, that it becomes a very expensive solution, we are asking for a 50% reduction in the requirements. We've never asked for a 100% waiver. That was alluded to in the staff report. That's not true. Fourth point is, how do you handle professional disagreements between Creek staff and the applicant's team? We're talking about subjective interpretations. There needs to be a stated way to handle these disagreements. With the building department, if we have a disagreement with the plan check staff, we ask the head of the building department for a clarification. 9 times out of 10, they side with the plan check staff. If an applicant is still not satisfied, they can take the decision to the building and fire codes appeal board. And we're talking things about exiting, ADA access, we're talking about a column and a post and the rotational twist and whatever the math involved in that. You have a licensed engineer that says, I stand behind my calculations, and you have a plan checker that says, no, we don't agree with you. And that's where the headbutting gets into. And we're saying we need to have some form of way of handling it. What we would like to recommend is that when that happens, that these kinds of discussions can be appealed to the Creeks Commission. It's an organization that already exists in our city. And if for some reason the applicant feels that this hasn't been resolved correctly, that decision can get appealed to the city council. It's kind of like how our American democracy works when we have checks and balances. When we say, I disagree, I want to talk to your manager. So we, the AIA, are asking for language to be written in the ordinance that actually spells out a procedure. And to say that the Regional Quality Water Board is not going to be okay with that just doesn't make any sense, because the state building code allows for such a procedure, and as well as the Coastal Commission. I mean, that's part of the democracy of our town. And if you think about it, just this week, we had an appeal at the city council about a street tree, that the street tree council made a decision. It was appealed to Parks and Rec and was appealed to city council. We would like to have some form of way of handling disputes. It adds time to the project, it adds money to the project, but somehow we feel it's necessary. Now I'll pass the presentation on to Tom.
Mr. Oxner, we cannot hear you.
Thank you. I just unmuted myself. Sorry about that. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I've got a little bit to say here, so I think I can get through it in 7 minutes. I'm going to go a little quickly. As architects, we are in a unique position to observe and experience every aspect of the workings of our city's permit process. Where most individuals specialize in focused areas of the permit process, we have the rigorous responsibility to try to bridge the gap between the regulations and physical solutions that satisfy the project requirements. As we all know, the project requirements are a combination of clients' intentions and the codes and regulations that apply. Architects often are the link between the regulations and how they get delivered to the community. In other words, we are often the messengers regarding the regulations to the community. From our perspective, the stormwater program has become very difficult and an unpleasant topic to discuss with homeowners or anyone considering a project. Stormwater is often characterized as a disproportionate program that costs and flexibility, both in time and money, and this program has become one of the most glaring problems associated with the development process. As architects, we want a stormwater program that we can stand behind, one that exceeds the requirements of the jurisdiction, but within reason. We understand the special dynamics of Santa Barbara, that it is mostly built out with impervious surfaces. However, we also understand that our future will require flexibility and require important decisions that we may not understand now. The AIA has been lobbying Creek's department for quite some time, and we very much appreciate that they have given us several meetings to hear our concerns. And these revisions you are looking at today are largely a response to those concerns. Although these revisions are a step in the right direction, we feel that the proposed changes do not go far enough to address some of the reasons why the changes were proposed in the first place. These proposed changes are untested. They do not show any improvement in flexibility. And we feel that the burden of the program has not been reduced, but has been shifted to larger projects. We want to make sure that the community maintains the ability to consider future development without the burden of requirements set in place by an untested program and used as an audit tool by the state to handcuff our city's future. The thresholds, exemptions, and flexibilities of this revised program will certainly shape many projects to come. You just don't know what the unintended outcomes will be until you crank through a bunch of projects. To our knowledge, this has not been done. The possibility may exist that you temporarily halt this program and default to the county standard while we take a closer look at what we as a community really want to do. At the very least, if you decide to approve these changes, there absolutely needs to be a good unbiased checks and balances with this ordinance. One of the biggest problems with this program is that it is based on a one-size-fits-all solution. We have a very diverse city with many unusual parcels. Technical infeasibility determination should be determined by professional engineers and not city employees. We, as design professionals, are sometimes required to provide a peer review when material is submitted to various departments during the project. We are asking that this program allows a peer review for the applicant when there is a disagreement between the applicant's civil engineer and the Creeks department, one that is quick and inexpensive, and when an applicant feels the requirements are disproportionate to his scope of work. We understand that projects cannot be relieved of stormwater requirements altogether, but there needs to be a good system to allow reductions when there are reasonable obstacles. So if your commission decides to recommend something other than or in addition to these changes, you will likely ask the question, what can really be done to accomplish this during this time? This is a good question. We've been asking the same question. We've been told that we really can't propose to reduce the current stormwater standard because there may be some kind of state law that would not allow this. It appears that this premise may have influenced these revisions as these proposed changes try to achieve similar results, but by simply shifting the stormwater onus from small projects to large projects. It would seem logical to think that if our current program is so far in excess of programs licensed by the state already, then they would understand the need for us wanting to crank it down a bit? The answer to this question should really be the premise to how we approach this problem. We think, in summary, the overall recommended changes to the program are an improvement and have lessened the requirements on small residential projects and single-family remodels and additions. But by the introduction of Tier 4, the onus has become shifted onto larger projects. Tier 4, as stated in your staff report here, mirrors the Central Coast Water Board requirements. But what is not clearly stated here is that Tier 4 is triggered by a lower threshold and is used by other jurisdictions for the same Tier 4 language. The lower threshold will make it difficult for future redevelopment projects in our city. And albeit this language comes directly from the state, but has a flaw in its language that can be used by aggressive application to require more than we feel is the intended author of this language. We really need to take a close look at this, and we'll take a close look at what this will do to the viability of future projects, especially in the central business district. So as architects, as with everyone, we want clean water, but we need it in an appropriate manner. The number of requirements in effect in this community and in the manner in which they are enforced is quickly becoming a big obstacle in our city's future. Thank you.
Thank you both, Mr. Zink and Mr. Oxner. And at this time, I'm going to ask you to please turn off your webcams and your audio. And we're going to go to Ms. Kokinda to see if we have any members of the public who wish to speak to the Planning Commission on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you wish to speak on this particular item, we're asking you to raise your hand using the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. Please note you only have to click it one time to raise your hand, and I will know to call on you. I'm going to start with Ben Pitterly. Ben, I have just unmuted you. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Ben Pitterly, and I'm with Santa Barbara Channel Keeper, and I'm commenting today to express support for the city staff's proposal as it's currently drafted. And you know, stormwater pollution, it's one of the most challenging things to deal with because it literally comes from everywhere in an urban environment. And the only way to tackle it properly is to establish long-term programs that gradually over time reconstruct how water is managed across our landscape. And you know, the science is clear here that we need to move away from siphoning water off our urban landscapes to storm drains, and we need to invest in treating that runoff on site, and even better, putting that water back into the ground. And this strategy, it's at the heart of true integrated water management, which is what this city and county and municipalities all throughout the state are trying to achieve. And it cuts across all long-term water management goals, from preventing pollution, you know, not just water quality, but also reducing flooding, maximizing our water supplies, and even restoring shallow groundwater supplies in some areas so that we can keep our creeks flowing as much as possible through the dry season. It's all connected. And this program, it isn't something new or untested. This is responsible and proactive land use planning. So we don't believe that Santa Barbara should be chasing the bare minimum of compliance. The Creeks Division has gone to great lengths to work with local developers and to propose significant changes that provide as much flexibility as possible while still maintaining its commitment to achieving water quality goals. So we support their work, and we hope that this commission views this proposal favorably. However, we also do caution against any further changes that would weaken the city's stormwater program, resulting in weakened water quality protections and potential non-compliance. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
And then next we have Hillary Hauser. Hillary, I have just unmuted you. If you could please unmute yourself by clicking on your microphone icon. It looks like you just did. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. Chair Swart, member of the commission, Hillary Hauser from Heal the Ocean. And we joined the list of environmentalist group that sent in a letter saying we're good on this. And I'm really pleased with this work and support it wholeheartedly. I went through the chart of significant changes and found most of them to be favorable, actually. And the Tier 4 requirements take care of some of the loosening of Tier 3. One thing poked me in the eye that if it's appropriate to bring up on the list of exemptions, number 17, septic system installation or repairs, if it's appropriate to consider, and I'm sorry I'm late bringing this up, septic system installation really needs to be overseen by the LAMP, and especially if we're dealing with, you know, hillsides and all of that. So I don't know if that's appropriate, whether to refer to the LAMP. Repairs for sure are fine, but that's all I have to say. And I congratulate the group for coming up with a really good program. And I salute you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hauser.
And next I have Maggie Hall. Maggie Hall, I've just unmuted you. It looks like your microphone is on. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Maggie Hall. I'm a senior attorney at the Environmental Defense Center here in Santa Barbara. We would like to express our support for the Creek Division's currently proposed amendments to the post-construction requirements in the city's stormwater discharge permit. With urban stormwater runoff as the city's largest source of water pollution, it's critical that the city maintain existing water quality protections. The proposed amendments do just that while providing flexibility for development and redevelopment projects. As currently drafted, we support these amendments. However, we strongly urge the city not to adopt any additional exemptions, waivers, or other changes, which would risk violating the city's stormwater permit and harm water quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
And then I have Vico Allen. I hope I'm pronouncing your first name correctly. And then I would just ask other members of the public who are attending, if you wish to speak on this item, to please raise your hand using the hand icon and I will call on you. Vico Allen, I just unmuted you. If you could please unmute yourself using your.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Vico Allen. I am the Regulatory Director for Contech Engineered Solutions. And I want to talk specifically about section 6.11. It's on page 256 of the BMP guidance manual. That section addresses proprietary stormwater BMPs. These are modular systems that offer the same benefits and pollution control impact of conventional systems, but often do so in a much smaller and oftentimes subterranean way, namely they can be put underground. There are a lot of advantages to these systems on very small sites, in particular some of the sites that we're talking about here that are very constrained. We've heard over and over again from the engineering community that they would like to be able to use these types of systems. The section that I'm referring to sets out a table 6-58, sets out benchmarks for 19 parameters that would need to be met in order for a proprietary system to be approved. The intent here is to have this table represent the performance of the systems that are conventional that are listed in the manual. However, there are no systems in the manual that meet all 19 of those benchmarks that are listed in that criteria. So effectively, we set up a higher level of performance required for proprietary systems. That combined with the fact that these systems often cost tens of thousands of dollars, if that, and the cost of a compliance test that would demonstrate statistically significant compliance with all those 19 parameters would likely cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, virtually guarantees that you're not going to have any proprietary system options available to you. And this is not new. There have not been many proprietary systems used in the city of Santa Barbara in the past, although there have been in the county and elsewhere in Southern California. So I would suggest you do, instead of use the current section 6.11, is refer to existing BMP performance programs that are out there and are used widely. In particular, the performance program from the Washington Department of Ecology, otherwise known as the TAPE program. I've discussed this with the city before, and I know that they're aware of it, and I'd be happy to provide more information or suggestions if I had a little longer time here or after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen, which firm are you with, please?
The firm is Contech, that's spelled C-O-N-T-E-C-H, Engineered Solutions.
Thank you very much.
And then looks like a couple other people. I have BB Longstreet. I have just unmuted you. If you could please unmute yourself using your microphone icon. There you go. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
I'll be a lot quicker than 2 minutes. All I want to say is we're a community that voted in Measure B. We don't want minimum standards. We're a community that our water goes directly to the ocean, and we need to protect our ocean. And that's what our Creeks Division is doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Longstreet.
And next I have Jason Gotsis. Jason, I've just unmuted you. It looks like your microphone's on. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, Chair Schwartz and the commissioners. My name is Jason Gotsis. I'm with Ashley Advanced Engineering Incorporated. We've been working with the AIA and the Creeks Division on trying to make these requirements more flexible. Again, I thank the time that Creeks staff has taken to listen to our concerns. And I would just like to echo Paul Zink and Tom Oshner's comments regarding, taking a closer look. While we've made some strides here towards a more flexible and a more reasonable requirements, that we are allowed as engineers to provide more input and really get to a maximum extent practicable solution on some of these requirements. Like I said, there's may not be a one size fit all, and there may still be some circumstances that may not be addressed until we get more into a specific project. So as it's been stated, there are concerns with our region and with infiltration, and again, having other methods and being able to propose different methods of treatment, and if feasible, infiltration. We'd like, as engineers, to have that chance to propose them. So again, thank you for letting me speak, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gotsis.
And next I have Dale Weber. Dale Weber, I've just unmuted you. If you could please unmute yourself using your microphone. It looks like you just turned it on. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. My name is Dale Weber. I'm also with Ashley Advanced Engineers. I'm a local boy, having been born here, and I currently work as a civil engineer. I've been doing that here locally for the last 30 years. Prior to working in the private sector, I was actually doing development review at the County of Santa Barbara, and so I'm familiar with the administration of development standards and stormwater programs, having spent 10 years on the Subdivision Development Review Committee for the County of Santa Barbara, representing the Water Resources Division and County Flood Control. And one of my points that I want to bring forward is that, we all support having a stormwater program. That's very important to me as a local citizen. This is my hometown. However, the program to date has been difficult, to say the least. Most of my clients, when I get a project and I bring to them what they are going to be required to do in order to satisfy Tier 3, most of them freak out. Most of them ask what we can do to revise the project scope to avoid the Tier 3 requirements. And my point in bringing that up is that when a community develops a program and the residents of that community do everything they can to avoid that program, the community has really failed in serving the residents of the community, and ultimately the goals of that program will fail to be reached. So I support these changes. I think they are a big step in the right direction. I think we could go a little bit longer, a little bit further with these revisions for improvement. And I have a long list of projects that I could share with you if I had another 5 or 10 minutes, obviously, but I have lists of projects that I could get specific with you on. But I wanted to thank the Creeks Division for working with us on these changes, and we look forward to continuing to work with them in the future.
Thank you very much. Do we have any further public speakers, Ms. Kokinda?
Yes, we do. We have Alex Pujo. Alex, I just unmuted you. If you could please unmute yourself using your microphone icon. Here, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Yes, I'm Alex Pujo, and I would like to speak on in favor of the changes proposed. I agree with Del Weber. I think these are extraordinary changes, especially on the tier 3 thresholds. They were really impossible and so unfair to attain, especially for smaller projects. But these are the higher threshold, the 2,000 really makes a lot more sense. But I also understand the need for checks and balances and a viable appeal process where similar as what the fire department and the building department have. In addition, I would like to say something about State Street. I mean, this is a place where tier 4 in a super extremely built up area, it requires some kind of a communal effort. As you know, the architectural community is organizing a charrette regarding State Street, and I would like to invite all the civil engineers and the creeks people and people who are interested in water quality to see what we as a community can achieve. Because right now we're spending too much money and achieving very little. So thank you all for your participation in this effort and for the changes proposed. I support the AIA team, has done an excellent job representing the homeowners, which are not greedy developers like some people refer to, but most of them, people just want to improve their property and do it in a feasible way. And sometimes they walk away and, you know, who knows. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Peugeot.
And then, Madam Chair, that was the last person who raised their hand. I would just like to ask members of the public, as your last chance for public comment to speak on this particular item, to please raise your hand using the hand icon. And I see Joe Andrulaitis. I'm going to unmute you. Joe, if you could unmute yourself using your microphone icon. And there you go. It looks like your microphone's on. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Andrulaitis. I'm a local architect, and I just wanted to speak about the program in general. I think it's actually been ineffective in its goal of improving water quality. Every single one of my clients does whatever they can to avoid tier 3 requirements. And I think the proposed changes aren't really going to make that any better. When I look at the provisions and the requirements, I see no incentives to remove impervious areas, and that's the cheapest and simplest way to improve our water quality, yet there's nothing in the document that is an incentive to do so. So I think we need to take a real hard look at what we're proposing and how effective it's going to be in the community. As I stated, and I agree completely with Dale Weber, who spoke earlier, I think it's so onerous and expensive that every one of my clients avoids it as much as possible. And so I would gather that if you look at the percentage of projects that end up being tier 3, it's a very low percentage. So it ends up being a very ineffective program. So I think you should review the entire document in that light and look for a more simple and compatible program that has a more effective compliance method. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrulaitis.
And then, Madam Chair, that was the last person who had raised their hand. So again, I would just, I'm sorry, we have Eddie Harris. Eddie Harris, I've just unmuted you. It looks like your microphone is on. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission, I'm Eddie Harris. I'm a member of Santa Barbara Urban Creeks Council, and I want to speak in support of the proposal as written with no additional change. I agree with comments made by Ben Pitterly, Hillary Hauser, and other speakers that are in support of this proposal. And I'll be brief and conclude my remarks with that.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Okay, and I think that is the very last person who has raised their hand for this particular item. I would just ask the secretary, Ms. Rydell, if we received any written correspondence that needs to go in the record.
Thank you, Ellen. This is Heidi Rydell. Yes, we did receive written correspondence on this item, and it was distributed to the commission prior to this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to a break, Commissioner Higgins, we're not yet in questions. What was your interest in coming online right now?
Well, I had some questions of the public speakers.
Well, let me do this. I'd really like Ms. Ostranger's guidance at this time from our city attorney's office as to kind of the parameters of what's appropriate to query back to the public commenters. Ms. Ostranger, are you available to advise us on this before we take some action? Thank you.
Chair Schwartz, there's no legal reason why you can't ask a question of a public commenter. The only thing you can't do under the Brown Act would be to have a discussion outside of an agendized item with a member of the public.
And as I recall, before I come back to Commissioner Higgins, thank you. As I recall from prior legal advice we've received, we're just, it wouldn't be appropriate to engage in a discussion, a back and forth discussion, either among ourselves at this time or with the public commenter on the item, you know, substantive or otherwise, which that's why I was looking for your guidance in terms of scope. But certain just direct questions with direct answers back would be acceptable, correct?
Yes, Chair Schwartz. The deliberative process is at the end of the hearing.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Higgins, were there specific public commenters you wanted to query at this time?
Just for either Mr. Andolitis or Weber, I think this process or this subject matter is pretty technical and bureaucratic and legal. And so it's hard to really digest all of this for me. And for me as a planner, not an engineer, you know, sometimes pictures or stories or anecdotes are a little easier to help me understand what it is that the issues are. So with that in mind, I just wanted to ask if there are simple examples of maybe some stories that have come up to, you know, the offending situations, particularly as it relates to residential redevelopment, and that help articulate why they feel the way they do about the need for sort of further reductions in the proposed amendments. That's my question to either one of those speakers, if they have some examples or stories of residential projects where it was viewed by their customer or client as a significant burden for a relatively small remodel.
And Madam Chair and Commissioner Higgins, I'm going to unmute Mr. Andolitis first, and then I can do the same for Mr. Dale Weber. So Mr. Andolitis, your microphone is on so that you can answer the Commissioner's question.
Yeah, I just have a simple example. I did a residential remodel for a client. It was a 250 square foot addition. We ran into tier 3 issues because they were combined with some previous improvements. And given the expense of complying with tier 3, I suggested that a sport court that was added previously be removed and replaced with pervious pavers. That was a simpler, more cost-effective solution than complying with the tier 3. So we have to go to those kinds of extremes to get compliance, because for this simple addition, 250 square feet, we're looking at a total, this was a half-acre site. We're looking at total, you know, water treatment for the entire site. So when you do the math, it's much cheaper to just get rid of, you know, an impervious area than to comply with a tier 3. So there's an example of where we avoid tier 3 at all costs because it's so cost prohibitive. Another example would be if I had a parking lot and I turned it into a park, There's no incentive for that. But we can all agree that that would be an extremely effective way to improve water quality. If there's nothing in the manual that would incentivize doing that, you get no credit for that. And then once I put a building on it, then I'm subjected to all the tier 3 standards. So those are 2 quick examples.
Thank you.
And then now I'm going to unmute Mr. Dale Weber. It looks like your microphone is on, Mr. Weber, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Yeah, I have a long list of projects. Here's one I did up 509 La Marina Drive up on the Mesa. It was a simple remodel of the house. It was a 555-foot second floor addition, and they pushed the ground floor out to increase the ground square footage by about 102 square feet, and it triggered tier 3. Which made it expensive. They had to hire me to prepare a plan and a report. I think our fees were roughly about $5,000. They had to remove some existing hardscape areas and replace those with permeable paver areas. There's a cost associated with that. There's increased costs for the architect. Overall, I would say this added probably $10,000 to $15,000 to their project. I have another one up Sycamore Canyon Way that the owner had to remove his concrete driveway, replace it with permeable pavers, as Joe Hendrilitis suggested. That cost him about $20,000 extra for his project. Santa Barbara Rescue Mission had to remove a 800 square foot roof canopy over an existing concrete courtyard patio. I repeat, a roof proposed, just 4 columns and a roof over a concrete interior patio. The intent was to provide shelter from the sun and rain for the homeless guests as they wait in line for a meal, a shower, and a bed. And yet we could not get a waiver on that. We were told it was a structure and it would trigger tier 3, which was going to be too much of a financial impact on the project. So they just pulled it from the project. Ewing's Park Foundation is working on the tennis courts and actually spent a lot of money on plans only to find out that they were tier 3 and that was going to become cost prohibitive. So now they are revising their scope to avoid tier 3. And I was also the engineer on the project that a lot of people are familiar with at the corner of Anacapa and Ortega. It used to be the Cravioto Ironworks. It's across the street from the Paradise. And under the new proposed, that was a tier 3 project. Under the new proposed program, that will become a tier 4 project, which would make it actually more difficult to redevelop in that we would have to retain on site a 1.2 inch storm, which is difficult because retention means that the stormwater is prevented from leaving the property. So that means it either has to go downward into the soil or it needs to go upward, evapotranspiration into the sky. We have BMPs that we use like permeable pavers and planter boxes, but when we have high groundwater, as we do in lower parts of downtown, we have to put under drains in those BMPs, and those under drains do not prevent the discharge of stormwater. Okay, the 1.2 inch to 2.4 inch storms will filter through the media and into those under drains and will actually be released from the property. So I would actually like clarification on that as well.
So I have a question for you, Mr. Weber. Do you see, in your experience with how other agencies around here in the Tri-Counties or elsewhere handle these requirements, do you see any agencies sort of self-impose these requirements on right-of-way work?
Yes, we've had this come up when we're doing frontage improvements in the public right-of-way. It happened on the Anacapa Ortega project because we redid the concrete sidewalks and ADA pedestrian ramp at the corner there. We had to provide treatment for the work in the public right-of-way.
So but I meant like for a public project, is the city exempt from these kinds of requirements that they place on private properties?
I don't believe they're exempt. I don't know in full detail. I think that's a good question for the Public Works Department, but my understanding is they do their best to comply. We've seen this occur in some areas on State Street where I've seen some islands go in with permeable pavers and things of that sort. But obviously, you're limited in the public right of way with roads and things. But I think there are exemptions in Appendix J that allow for repaving as long as you do not disturb the underlying grade. So
Right.
it's not considered grading.
One more question for you. Is it true in the county of Santa Barbara that the triggers are similar in terms of any disturbance? So the thing I'm having the hardest time with actually is that the storm, the county where I do a lot of work, it seems as though we're not going to trigger any of these requirements if you don't have any net new impervious. But in the city, anytime you disturb anything, you find yourself, facing these requirements. Is that a distinction in the city of Santa Barbara alone that we treat these requirements on any disturbance at all versus just net new impervious?
The triggers are the same. It's typically new or replaced impervious area that triggers either the city or the county ordinance. The difference is what the numeric trigger is as far as square footage goes. So tier 1 in the county, for example, is if you do a project and you're under 2,500 square feet, you are exempt. It takes you at least 2,500 square feet to trigger their tier 1. Tier 2 doesn't even apply to residential, only applies to commercial, and that's 5,000 square feet. And then tier 3, which does apply to both commercial and residential, the trigger is up at 15,000 square feet.
Got it.
And then they do have a tier 4, but that is at 22,500 square feet. So the numeric values are higher and easier to satisfy.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. We're now going to take a break. I have 2:26. I'm going to call it 2:30, and we're going to come back at 2:45. So just about 15 minutes for a health break. And then we're going to come back to commissioner questions. So if the commissioners could please be ready to begin the question period, would appreciate that. Again, questions, not deliberations yet. Again, we're going to recess and we'll see everyone shortly. Thank you. 2020 to order, and I'd like to confirm that all commissioners are back with us and ready for the question period. If you would please all turn on your webcams to confirm. Just waiting to confirm that Commissioner Lodge is able to reconnect with us. Thank you, Commissioner Lodge, you're back. And just to remind the public who may still be watching or has newly logged on, today we have this one item. It's a discussion and recommendations to City Council on proposed amendments to the city stormwater management program. Now going into our question period in no particular order, whichever commissioners would like to go first. And I did see Commissioner Wiscombe's webcam come on first. Commissioner Wiscombe, would you like to kick off the question period?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, just fine.
Okay, great. I'm just going to ask a few brief questions at this point because I think I'm going to benefit from questions from my fellow commissioners. But these questions are for Mr. Johnson. First of all, you talk in the staff report about the city's beaches and creeks are considered impaired, and all impaired water bodies are required to apply total maximum daily loads, resulting in expensive analysis and implementation plans. And I'm wondering, and we don't have to comply with that because we have this program, which is a good thing. but I'm wondering what has been the improvement in water quality since 2008, when the technical guidance manual was formulated? Can you speak to that?
Mr. Johnson, let me just, I overlooked asking the commissioners, if there are any documents that you would like referenced or even part of the PowerPoint presentation from Mr. Johnson, let's reference that slowly so that Mr. Timmy Bolton of our staff can access and retrieve that so we all have that on the screen before us. Thank you. Pardon me for the interruption. Back to you, Mr. Johnson, please.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, so in terms of your question, the tools that we have to measure water quality are really too crude to measure these small improvements that we've gotten throughout the watershed due to these type of projects. So there's been, if I'm correct, about 230 or 40 tier 3 projects constructed in the entire city. So at that level, we don't think we would be able to have anything that we could actually measurably see using the techniques we have currently, the technology to do the water quality sampling.
Well, why aren't we required then to apply the total maximum daily loads that you talk about? We're exempt from that requirement. Why is that?
As you said, I'm not sure why that is. It's a regional board decision, but what we think is because we have a very comprehensive program, education, outreach, all the cleanups, all the water quality sampling we do, as well as these PCRs that we have that are a little above the minimum standards, or above the minimum standards. That means that they haven't chosen to initiate those or enforce those TMDLs on us. Now, if our program were to weaken, that could expose us to that, them in implementing those TMDLs and requiring us to do all the expensive modeling and plans to try and comply with those. So,
okay, and how often are we reviewed for the impaired status?
I'm not sure about that, but we do get, our permit is supposed to be renewed with the water board every 5 years. And at that time, maybe they look at it, but I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you. And then you showed a couple slides on waivers. And one of the slides that you showed, I apologize, I didn't note the slide number, but I think it was around 28 or 27, something like that, maybe in the package. I'm wondering, you had a waiver slide that said you have to comply offsite. How does one comply offsite?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, so offsite compliance, the way that I understand it, is if you're not able to do treatment on the development parcel that you are doing the development on, if there's for whatever reason, constraints or technical infeasibility, the water board does not give you a full pass on that. In other words, they still require treatment and they want you to do it somewhere else. You could maybe do it in the public right of way, in the sidewalk, if a city or a jurisdiction would allow you to do that. You could maybe buy the adjoining parcel that's a parking lot and put some underground gravel chambers in there and do the treatment there. But that's the kind of thing that they ask. And so for us administratively, it's difficult. Those type of things are also difficult to approve because we have to guarantee that that property will maintain that water quality treatment device for as long as the development is there. So you have to do things like lot tie agreements, and it gets administratively very difficult and bureaucratic. And so we tend not to encourage that. And it's not part of our program right now. So that's not something that's something you can do, but in the regional boards, minimum standards, I guess that is feasible as far as I know. But there's not a formal, there's not a formal process in theirs to do that yet, I don't think.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, I just want to understand this correctly. In tier 2, you're only required, only for new or replaced impervious surfaces are you counted. So it's not your lot size, it's the total of what you're doing. Is that correct?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioners, it's only the new or replaced development on that parcel if it's between 500 and 1,999 square feet. So you could do an addition of 500 square feet and then a walkway of another 300 square feet and a driveway, you know, make your driveway larger of another 500, and you'd be at what, 1,300 square feet? Well, you only treat that 1,300 square feet. You don't treat any of the existing house or the existing driveway or the other walkways. And that's what tier 2 is. Tier 3, you would treat the entire parcel. I mean, the entire hardscape on the parcel. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so if you are under your proposal on tier 3, if you are doing 2,000 square feet of
new
or replaced impervious surface, you have to treat at least a minimum of 95% of the total parcel size.
Correct.
Okay, okay.
Not the parcel size, sorry, excuse me, not the parcel size, but the impervious area on the parcel. So it's not the whole parcel, it's the impervious area of the parcel.
And that's, so 95% of the new or replaced impervious area of the parcel.
Nope, 95% of the total impervious area on the parcel. So if there's an existing house and you put 500 square feet, you still have to do the existing house plus the new development in tier 3. In tier 2, you only do the new or replaced.
Okay, okay. And then, let's see here. And then I wanted to just ask you a little bit, you know, we have a housing shortage crisis in the city and throughout the state of California. And we are working hard to implement land use policies that will help us develop housing downtown. And have you considered because most of these parcels are going to be kicked into tier 4, have you considered that in terms of the other land use objectives and goals that we have in the city? And can you respond to that?
Well, we have considered that, Chair and Commissioners. We do realize that that is a constrained, I mean, it is a highly developed area of the city, and that there is been talk about increasing housing in that downtown core area. And some of the AUD programs are doing that in some areas. But in terms of our requirements, that downtown area is also one of the most densely urbanized and has almost continual hardscape. There's very little landscaping down in that location, as you probably are aware of. And so it really is a core area for creating a lot of polluted runoff from the city. As we talked about, to not enforce some kind of water quality requirements in that area would seem a little unfair to the rest of the city if they're required to do that. So from a fairness perspective, we feel that if we're doing it somewhere else, it should be consistent throughout the area. But we do acknowledge that tier 4 is going to increase those requirements. Whether or not that's going to kill a housing project or not, I can't say, but we don't feel that the additional costs will be something that will not allow the construction of these projects. We've approved 423 tier 3 projects, which require 1 inch of treatment in the city in the last 8 years, I think. So that's quite a few projects, and most of the projects we see can meet these tier 3 requirements. And again, tier 4, especially for the downtown area that's almost completely covered with impervious areas, the requirement is only going up to 1.2 inch. So we didn't think that that was enough to be what you would call a project killer, but you know, that's all I can say.
Ms. Zachary, did you want to participate in responding to Commissioner Wiscombe?
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Wiscombe, I would add that we did look closely at the map for the Central Business District and then also the housing overlay that's been under discussion and will be going to council, and took into consideration in a very rough way, because we're not going to expertly analyze every parcel in the city, how many of those parcels, if they were entirely redeveloped, would trigger Tier 4 based on their size. And there weren't many parcels that were vacant to begin with, which would trigger the Tier 4 2.4. In fact, most of the parcels, as Mr. Johnson indicated, are developed and therefore covered in impervious surface. And so what you'd be looking at, if you remember the slide that he showed you, only new impervious surface in that in like the downtown area would be subject to the 2.4, but any existing impervious surface, the change is from 1 inch 1.1 to 1.2. So hopefully that helps give you a sense of when we're speaking about these things. We did spend some time looking at that. And then if I could also just clarify, in your questions about Tier 2 and your questions about Tier 3, the proposed changes would substantially alter what a property owner has to deal with today in terms of Tier 3, where it's 500 square feet for certain locations in the city. Whereas it would be up to 2,000 square feet rather than 500 square feet. So the burden of complying with the SWIMP regulations would change dramatically than what we have today.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I wanted to just briefly get your response. We've received quite a few letters from engineers talking about mitigation banks and in lieu fee programs. And your staff report on page 8 says there are barriers to this approach. High fees for feasibility, lengthy process, and requires additional staffing. So my questions there are, wouldn't an in lieu fee program support more housing development in the city or in the CBD if we had one there, by giving the developer more choices? Have you looked into that? And I understand, you know, one engineer talked about a mitigation bank where you would have downstream projects that treated the water before they're released into our creeks and ocean. So if you could speak to that, first of all, and then, well, I'll let you do that one first, and then I'm gonna go on with that because I have a couple questions on that.
Okay, Madam Chair and Commissioners, the in lieu fee, we talked a little bit about in the presentation. There are barriers to that. As I said, we did look at that program to try to see if it would work in the city of Santa Barbara. And as I said in the staff report and in the presentation, there are a number of barriers to that. First off, it wouldn't be quickly implemented, even if we were to hire someone new to shepherd that project through the process and hire the resulting consultants that would be required to do that. You're talking at least a 2 or 3 year process before it would be available to developers. It would allow developers another venue or another technique to comply with the requirements. As you said, it would do that. And but the problem is trying to find feasible locations to do that treatment, especially in the downtown area downstream of there that don't have high groundwater and that are affordable to purchase. I mean, these type of projects require you to identify a location, and Tava might be able to speak to this, but then is it condemnation if it's the only feasible site, or do we do it, you know, based on voluntary purchase? it gets very difficult very fast to do this administratively from our perspective in order to trying to implement the program and get some projects identified and built. And so because of that, and the reason I mention that is there are going to be very high fees associated with any in lieu fee program we were to develop. Those fees may end up being more or less cost effective for a developer than actually doing the treatment on site because of that high cost. As I said, $920,000 is the estimate that the city of San Francisco has come up per acre, their $920,000 per acre for their in lieu fee program. And whether we would get participation with fees at that level is an unknown. And so that's the information we have on it, the length of approval and the difficulty in doing this. And then it has to be approved by the board. We have to convince the board that this downstream treatment is actually going to happen, and what happens in the time between the collection of fees and the construction of these sites might also have to be mitigated. We don't have any clear direction from the board on that issue.
Don't we have city properties where this is potentially possible?
Well, in the downtown area, we have city parking lots, but typically it's hard to do treatment underneath those parking lots. They're pretty built out lot line to lot line. We have looked at the idea in some of the city parks. We're actually going to construct one of these as a demonstration project in Bonet Park this fall. But that was like a perfect scenario where everything was relatively easy to do for that. And there are very few sites like that have the appropriate depth to groundwater and are owned by the city and there are sites like Pershing Park or Cabrillo Ballfield, but they have very high groundwater. Dwight Murphy, they're low down in the watershed, and water could be, I'm not sure about the storm drain system because the storm drain system has to align also with the location of the parcel so you can actually get the storm water to that location. And a lot of these low-lying areas downstream of these dense urban areas have high groundwater in Santa Barbara. And so that makes it difficult to install most of the treatments that we would use to treat that water. So it's just not easy and I'm not trying to put up artificial roadblocks. I'm just identifying the facts.
Okay, I appreciate that. Just following up on that a little bit further, one of the comments that I think was in the staff report was, you'd need a lot of money in the mitigation fund, mitigation bank in order to get this approach started. And I was thinking of Measure B funds for that. And I'm wondering also, given your success in the Creeks Division with grant funding for some of the large projects that have occurred over the years that I've seen, because, I spent over 7 years on the Parks and Recreation Commission, would you be able perhaps to get matching grant funds for some of these downstream projects? Are grants available for this? Do you have a grant for Bonet Park, for example, or?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, no, that is completely, the water quality portion of that is completely funded. There's some park amenities that have a grant, but not the water quality part. And so typically what we see with grant applications and grant programs are that they will not fund mitigation projects. They will fund projects that aren't mitigation, but if they are associated with mitigation, that's typically the way it works. Now, I don't have intimate knowledge of all of the grant requirements for all water quality projects in the state, but the ones that we've applied for always ask this question: is it for mitigation? And they typically do not fund mitigation. And the same is kind of true with our Measure B funds, where we try to do projects that are over and above, but not projects that are associated with mitigation.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Madam Chair, I think that's all the questions I have for the moment. I might come back later on, but thank you very much.
Thank you. I anticipate we may have a second round. Commissioner Higgins, I'm just going to go down the line if my colleagues don't mind. Commissioner Higgins, would you like to go next?
I don't have any questions at the moment, Madam Chair. I'll wait.
Okay. All right. Very good. We'll take your webcam off then. Let's go to Commissioner Reed, please, for questions.
Thanks, Chair Schwartz. Let me see here. Referencing page 8 on the staff report. This is in the last section of the page under summary. It states that the post-construction program is expected to treat a similar amount of area and volume of runoff as the current program, thereby maintaining the same level of water quality protection. And my question for Mr. Johnson would be, has Creeks modeled for a projected volume of runoff under the current plan? And if so, has that projection been met?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, no, we have not run a model to try to predict, as far as I know, what the impacts of the current requirements will be to the watershed. We have, I think, had to do some modeling, and Jim may be able to speak to that as part of our permit, but I think it was much larger scale and more general, not as fine-tuned just to our requirements and that added benefit from it. But Jim, do you have anything to add to that?
Not a lot. Madam Chair, Commissioners, not a lot to add. For our permit, we do have to do some modeling, but as George mentioned earlier, it's difficult to see much improvement so far. With 25,000 parcels in the city and 200 and some projects constructed, we just don't have enough projects that have been constructed so far to see a measurable difference with improvement so far.
Okay, but this, in the staff report, it states that the program is expected to treat a similar amount of area and volume of runoff as the current program. So my question is, do we know how much what the current volume of runoff is that our current program has facilitated, to be able to make a statement anticipating that the proposed program would treat an equal amount of runoff? I'm just trying to figure out how these statements are founded.
Yes. Okay, Madam Chair and Commissioners, so we did a rough estimate based on the number of projects that are currently have been approved over the last few years, and then the volume of water associated with that. And then we made an estimate of how many we think will be made under these new requirements. And so when we did that, and it's hard to make those estimates, we had to make assumptions on project size and things like that. But in making those estimates, a rough approximation is that these new requirements will treat roughly the same amount of water as the existing. And so, that was how we did it. We looked at past projects and how many were approved and the average project size, and we compared that to what we think we would see under this new program. And that's where we got that approximation. So it's not exact, but it's as close as we could get without, as you said, spending millions of dollars on complex models to try to come up with some type of comparison.
Okay, so for the current program, you hadn't made a projection on the volume of water that you anticipated, so there's no way to compare what was anticipated or hoped for to what has currently been processed?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioners, correct. We didn't do that ahead of time. We just did that on a subsample of some projects from the past because we had their square footages and therefore we could compare them.
Okay, great, thank you. Let me see here. So shifting gears a little bit, the NOVAC development review study made an interesting suggestion in terms of moving the stormwater into the Public Works Department and out from the control of creeks. And part of the reason I'm bringing this up is engineers, architects, planning and land use professionals have seemed to consistently support this recommendation. And my question is, has this been considered internally? And can you just please talk us through that suggestion?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, no, internally, as far as my level, it hasn't. And maybe at Jill's level, there's been some discussion of that, and she might be able to add to this after I'm through. But at my level, there hasn't been any discussion of moving this development review either to, well, there has been some, I think, a long time ago about moving it to planning under the community development department, but not into public works in the engineering division. And so we do work closely with the engineering division. In fact, the technical guidance manual amendments that you're seeing right now have been extensively reviewed by the Public Works Department and specifically the engineers. We actually had them do a peer review of some of the work that Geosyntec consultants did on the individual technical portions of the manual to make sure that the calculations were correct and they made sense, and the sizing of the BMPs and things like that. So we do get assistance from Public Works. We don't intend to do these things in a vacuum. And as well as we hire consultants for those portions of the amendments that are beyond our scope. In other words, engineering. We're not engineers, and we admit that, and we don't try to be engineers. But what we do as planners and what we do reviewing these plans is to make sure that the requirements that are identified in the technical guidance manual are met. And that does not require an engineering degree. We are very qualified to do that with our current education and experience. So from that perspective, moving it to engineering, we don't think would improve the review or interpretation or any of that. But, you know, that's our opinion, and that's what I would say to that. And Jill, she may have something to add from, you know, that movement of the of this task to Public Works Engineering.
Chair Schwartz, if I could add something. Thank you. We are aware of the recommendation of the NOVAC study, and certainly implementation of those recommendations, the location of stormwater management permit compliance could be moved to another department. Santa Barbara is very unique in that we have Measure B, we have a very strong creek restoration stormwater program. We do many things that many other communities are unable to do, including reinvest in our public lands to improve them. The fact that the Creeks Division resides in the Parks and Recreation Department has a long history. I can tell you that when we embarked on developing the stormwater permit back in 2008, everyone was perfectly happy to have it in our department. And really, as staff, it's our goal to work with other staff and other departments in implementing whatever decision-making or permit processes that the city has. And if it was to move to another department, we would still be subject to the same regional board requirements. It would just be implemented in another portion of the city's structure.
And if I may add to that, commissioners, one thing we would like to point out is that the Creeks Division staff does not charge any of its time for any of the review or any of the meetings or anything associated with these requirements. I'm pretty sure that if it were to move to another division or department that people would start to be charged for these reviews. So that is one advantage to the development community, and that we do not charge for these fees. I mean, charge fees for our review services. So I think that would change were it to move.
Okay, thank you. And a couple more questions. Ashley Vance, in some of their public correspondence, had suggested a trial run on pre-existing projects that were designed and approved under the current Tier 3 requirements. Has this been a consideration within the Creeks Department?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm not sure how we would structure a trial run in that we do not have approval from the Water Board to use these new requirements, or even the City Council. So I'm still a little unclear on that request as how that would be administrated. We couldn't really experiment with that because it's not approved. We could take a project and run it through the existing regulations and the other one, the new regulations. And when we've got this comment in the past, we've said that people are free to do that with the projects that they have right now to try to see what would happen. But we at the Creeks Division have not done that. We have not tried to, write stormwater reports for 2 different projects or see. There's so many variables involved, for one, and then again, the thresholds. Would the one project meet it? Maybe it could, maybe it couldn't, if they reduced impermeable areas or made them permeable, like with permeable pavement. So again, people tend to design to thresholds, and when you have a threshold, as was said by some of the speakers, people try to get under those thresholds so that they don't have to adhere to those requirements, and we're fine with that. We encourage people to do that. I mean, if they don't want to have the more strict water quality requirements and they can put in some permeable pavement, that is good for water quality, and it's good for them because they don't have to do as much of the water quality treatment. So that's not necessarily a negative, but that's again why we don't want to set these thresholds too high, because then we really won't get any treatment if they get too high, and we won't be moving the ball forward. We won't be getting any improvements in water quality. So anyway, I hope that helps.
Okay. I think this is my last question. In the AIA presentation, they offered an option or made a suggestion of potentially reverting to the state or the county minimum standard while our city makes a larger effort to research and work towards a more comprehensive overhaul of our stormwater plan. Is this suggestion a possibility from your perspective?
Well, I mean, Madam Chair and Commissioners, anything's possible, I guess. It would require us to take that amendment to the Water Board, back to City Council, if we wanted to institute it in the coastal zone, we'd have to go to the Coastal Commission and come back to the City Council. So there's a pretty big administrative process involved with getting something like that approved. And then we have to assume that the Water Board would approve it. And we don't know that. They could be fine with going back to the minimum standards, or they could say, look, we feel like you guys have this program and we don't want to see it those standards lowered. We don't really know that, and we haven't got any clear indication from the Water Board on that. They reserve the right to review it and then and tell us what they think is approve what they think is adequate. So we don't know the answer to that question. We could test the waters and do it. It's a pretty big administrative process, and if I think the number that I come up with, if it's accurate, is that if we were to go to those higher, standards like that, where 5,000 square feet is the minimum, we would see very, very, very few projects. Maybe a couple a year would do any stormwater treatment in the city. And so I just want to make the point that the city of Santa Barbara is very different than many of our surrounding jurisdictions, both the county and the city of Goleta and Santa Maria, and even areas in San Luis Obispo, which is covered by the Central Coast District. Many of those places, their new construction are 500 unit subdivisions on agricultural land. And so then they trigger those tiers very easily and have to comply with those stormwater requirements. We in the city of Santa Barbara are a completely built out community. And so all of the development we do is redevelopment of existing, parcels or existing development that's there. Some of it small, some of it larger, but we're redeveloping these areas. And that's why one of the reasons these tiers are a little lower is to try and address the fact that we're different than these surrounding communities. And if we want to improve water quality, we need to have water quality treatment with these smaller type projects. So.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Great detailed answers. And I mean, just following up on that, additionally, let's just say hypothetically a recommendation was made to advance the tier 1, 2, and 3 proposals, but we wanted to see continued work towards alternatives to the proposed tier 4. I assume the same answer you gave for the AIA suggestion would apply to that process as well. It's possible, but there's some uncertainty.
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioners, yes, we could pursue that. Again, the board gets to decide whether they would approve it or not, but that's something we could pursue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Bonderson, questions for any of our representatives here today?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. It's always a little bit tricky to go after a few other commissioners because they've already covered several topics, and I'm curious to go a little bit more in detail, so you'll have to forgive me if there's a little bit of repetition in your answer to help me get some clarification. So my question goes to Mr. Johnson. Thank you so much for being here and being so thorough with your answers so far. My first question is, I'm interested in knowing, has the city ever considered or studied a citywide type of program that requires all properties to bring their properties up to current standards over a course of time, to introduce stormwater solutions to existing sites that are not necessarily doing projects that come through the permitting process at the city? Is there a general program of such that has ever been studied, or has there been any consideration to do that as an overhaul for our city?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, as far as I know, and I've been at the Creeks Division for 20 years, we haven't really looked at a program like that. I know in other communities, they do parcel taxes for stormwater, and then they do stormwater retrofit in the public right-of-ways, or they do treatment projects. I think the city in Santa Monica has that, but that's not really typically doing improvements to the private property themselves. And so, you could come up with something like a grant program where you did some, that's something that you could do theoretically, but we've never really explored that. And to my knowledge, I don't know of any other communities that do it that way. We felt that through the existing development review process, it is incremental and it is slow, but that was the most appropriate way to get these improvements done over time. People already making changes, and then when they make those changes, they can design in these treatment requirements to their projects. So.
Thank you. I don't disagree with that that option of making sure that these are integrated into new projects. I was just particularly curious about how we might have some general buy-in from our community to also participate and help us reach some of our goals as a community. And in the staff report, as well as in your presentation, I heard you when you said the detailed explanation about why in lieu fees don't quite work. And they may not be the best solution and so on. So I was interested in knowing what other approaches may have been taken. And I'm curious to continue that thought, to know whether or not we may consider having property owners buy into this in some format in the future as we look at long-term goals. And if we can potentially include that as part of our process where it would be proportionate and, you know, how you already addressed it, whether it's taxing or granting, using grants and so on. I was just curious to know if that is not something that we could discuss and consider implementing as part of the overall program goal.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I think we could do it as part of the Creeks Division program itself, but I don't know if as part of the amendments that we're considering today is the right vehicle to do that in. I will say that although we haven't done our own program, we have participated with trying to educate and encourage property owners to install things like rain gardens on their property through organizations like Surfrider. They had an ocean-friendly garden program, and I think we did one of those kind of demonstration projects at one of the city facilities. And so, you know, we have participated in things like that, but we have not done something, you know, community-wide where we're really out there contacting each property owner to see, you know, if they'd be interested in doing this and that extensive of a program.
Commissioner Bonderson, I see Ms. Ostringer online. I think she wants to participate at this time.
Yes, Chair Schwartz, thank you. Commissioner Bonderson, I just wanted to echo a little bit of what Mr. Johnson was saying in that this kind of program would be a separate vehicle that a separate work effort that Parks and Creeks could look into. It's wouldn't be really appropriate as it hasn't been agendized for that in this hearing. And also I just wanted to point out, so the reason that for the public's information, because I think the commissioners know this, the reason that we have the ability to impose these stormwater guidelines is because the project's coming in for a permit. And so we then have authority over the project. So if a project hasn't come in, our property owner hasn't done anything to their property, we really don't have a hold over that property owner. It would need to be a voluntary buy-in for, as you kind of mentioned, Commissioner Bonderson, into a program. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I really appreciate both Mr. Johnson and Ms. Ostringer's comments. It helps me to understand sort of how we're approaching this, and it certainly isn't agendized, so I will move on, but I was curious about how they meet each other. My next question has to do with the written communication from the AIA. And I was curious to know if any collaborative research has been done on the type of proposal that the AIA has commented on in their letter. It was item number 5. And it was an idea of a regional or neighborhood solution for to manage stormwater instead of parcel to parcel approach that we have now. They actually provided a little bit of a sketch, and I'm just curious to know if that is the first time that this has been brought up, or if it potentially is something that you have done some communicative research with and could comment on, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So this idea has been brought up, and basically it's to do the treatment in the public right-of-way, like underneath the streets or the sidewalks. And so from Public Works, what the first I'll say is they're not excited about putting a lot of water quality treatment devices under the roadway itself, because that's problematic in terms of long-term roadway maintenance. Because water under roads and cars driving over it doesn't mix well. So we haven't got a lot of support for those kind of things. Now, if State Street were to theoretically be turned into a walking street and there was no cars on it anymore, then maybe you could consider treatment under the street in that location. But again, there was a project that did that, the project that Dale Weber referred to on Anacapa Street. That project actually used, one of the projects used the street of the private development used the street right of way as the treatment. And Public Works, the experience from doing that, they do not want to do that again. So anyway, I'm not saying it was all bad. It's just that that's not something that they are excited about doing, or at least that's the message I've got from them. I can't speak exactly for them, but that's what they've said. So it is theoretically possible to do something like this, but again, it goes back to that in lieu fee thing. It might be easier because the city owns it, but we have to make sure that it's structurally stable, and then we're liable for that in the future. And that is a possibility. We've looked at it very, not very deeply, but that theoretically it's possible. But again, it has some of those in lieu fee. It's associated with some of those in lieu fee issues, and you'd have to get all the property owners to agree or pay into the fee, I guess. I mean, I don't know how you'd work that out, but it kind of goes back to the in lieu fee program. Again, it's just where you would do it. This is the public right of way as opposed to a parcel that was purchased to do that.
Thank you. That's a lot to sit with. And we have someone new. Would you like to add, Mr. Umbley?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I would just add that the city is also responsible for meeting these requirements as the right-of-way is developed or redeveloped, and space in the right-of-way is at a premium. And if the right-of-way is used for private benefit, it reduces the space available to Public Works if they need that to comply with requirements. So that's just one more reason why Public Works has been hesitant to allow private development to use the right-of-way for complying with requirements.
Thank you to both of you gentlemen. I appreciate the feedback. I'm constantly thinking about, solutions and community benefit formats to assist us with this topic, since it's a big project to even look at these amendments. My next question is, why doesn't the city's tier language as proposed apply to all projects? I heard many trying many of our public speakers today discussing their experiences trying hard to stay underneath that trigger for tier 3 thresholds. And I'd really like to know a little bit more about why we as a city are not doing our best to incentivize all tiers, so that there isn't one tier that's better or easier, regardless of the square footage that we're dealing with, that, applicants can find benefit to having a few extra, square feet. And if they go bump into the next tier, that they're not penalized so differently between one and the other. Not to say that, the numbers proportionally grow with one another, but just specifically speaking on some of the details, I was looking at one particular piece of one particular one. If you'd like, I can read to you as an example, if that would help you, Mr. Johnson. And if not, yes. One particular curiosity was for tier 2 projects, and I quote, providing natural vegetated mulched treatment area totaling at least 25% of tributary impervious surface area is acceptable. Runoff must be able to, quote, access the entire treatment area to ensure maximum infiltration. The proposed treatment area must have a slope less than 7% and at least 18 inches wide. For tier 3 and 4 projects, this method may be used for impervious sidewalks up to the maximum of 6 feet wide only. Impervious areas meeting these requirements will be considered treated, but must be counted as impervious area for tier threshold determination. That's one of the examples. Another one had to do with slopes, slope details that trigger different, I think you're nodding your head. I don't need to go further. If you don't mind just kind of speaking to us about the reason why that language is different and why we may not be able to actually make some matching language that doesn't feel like a penalty, but actually feels like an incentive.
Well, I will try to, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I will try to answer that. I may defer to Jim if I can't get an adequate answer, but so we'll first deal with the slope issues. Slopes are important because when you have a slope and it's obvious, water, the steeper the slope, the faster the water moves. And with water treatment, one of the main lessons you learn when you get into it is that the slower the water is allowed to go over the landscape, the longer time it has to infiltrate, one, and two, the better it's treated through the soil itself and the plants and the roots. So if you have a slope that gets too steep, then the water has a lot higher chance of just running off the property without getting any treatment or infiltration. And so we set it at 7% as opposed to 15%, because we want to make sure that that water does infiltrate and that these areas that we consider permeable, quote, are really permeable. Because this leads into your first question, a walkway 6 feet wide, what we're saying with these requirements is that if you have an open area large enough, 18 inches on each side for the water to flow into, then that's basically considered permeable to a certain degree, right? It's being, at least it's being treated. It's not truly permeable, but the water from it's being treated. And that's why, because it's not truly permeable, it counts towards your threshold. If it were actually gravel or something that was really permeable, then it wouldn't count towards your threshold. And that's the distinction we had to make between walkways. And then when they get too wide, you get into a situation where you have a driveway, and you're going to need more than just 18 inches when you have a 10-foot wide or 12-foot wide driveway to consider it permeable or treated in this case. Anyway, I hope that helps out a little bit. And it's just we tried to tailor back to your kind of original point, is we really did try to make our new amendments more proportional. We recognize that the current one, where you go from 4,000 square feet and your neighbors in the Hillside Design District and their threshold's 500 square feet, and there's these big changes between what you're required. So with tier 1, it's very simple landscaping improvements. And because the project is small, we don't want to burden that person with a lot of extra costs to comply with the requirement. Then you go to tier 2, and that's more, you're required to do more treatment there, but you're not required to treat the whole site. And then we elevate that at tier 3 to the whole site. And then when you get to our largest development projects, you have to retain more of the water on site. And so we really did try to build that in as best we could. And so that's it. I don't see Jim putting well, here he is. He might have something else to add, because he was more intimately involved with those slopes and sidewalk issues. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bonnerson, I would just add, for the example that Commissioner Bonnerson mentioned with the flat work being tributary to adjacent permeable areas, that may very well work great for tier 3 and tier 4 projects too. But since those projects are going to have a stormwater report, we just want to see a little bit more support and evidence that those are going to be great with calculations before we just give a blanket, this is okay. The idea was that for tier 2 projects, it'd be really easier to comply with. And so as George mentioned, it's that proportional increase in requirements as you go up with a bigger project.
Thank you again to both of you. Maybe Mr. Rumbley, stay on. The next part of my question might come back to you. Just to build on this and wrap it up, I wanted to ask very specifically, I wanted to say that I hear you and I agree that you have made the tier 1, tier 2 a lot more compatible and easier to work with. I'm trying to find a way to make tier 3 not seem so frightening and to help applicants not want to avoid it like the plague. So that being said, my curiosity is what kind of exemptions or support can we provide, or perhaps do we already provide, when looking at very specific details that make one site unique to another site? Obviously, this can't be a one size fits all. So when we're looking at constrained sites, like steep slopes or poor soils or high groundwater, et cetera, how do you, as staff reviewing projects, handle that? And how do you help support a project that comes in with those kinds of challenges? How are we helping applicants with this amendment in the tier 3 or tier 4 potentially area tiers? How has that changed, or how do we help them make that less cumbersome?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bonnerson, the exemptions that we've offered now, I think will help tremendously. Going from, you have to treat the entire parcel on tier 3 to 95% minimum is going to be really helpful. We have driveways that are 15% slope will now not have to be treated. That can be really difficult to treat. A lot of times that's treated by a trench drain at the base of the driveway that's tributary to a bioretention planter or something like that. And that can be really expensive. So instead of having to do that, you could potentially just over-treat somewhere else, provide more treatment somewhere else. So that could really help. But as far as constrained sites, that's really the burden is really on the applicant to prove that they have a constrained site. And so that's up to their geotechnical engineer and soils reports and requesting an exemption.
I understand that exactly. And so once they do prove their case, you do have a exemption system in place to review that and assist them with an exception or a waiver or whatever the process is internally. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bonnerson, that's correct. Yeah, we have a process within the manual where you would go through all of the different types of BMPs that we list in the manual, and you'd say how you can use them or how you can't use them to the maximum extent practicable. And if it's truly a situation where none of those options will work for your parcel, that's a technical infeasibility. And so that's one of the grounds for exemptions.
Okay. How often do you see those? How often, maybe I should say, how often do you see them and they get granted? Is it common?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bonnerson, it's not common. Most people figure out a way to comply, and there's lots of different BMPs you can use, and generally some of them will work. Occasionally there's a situation where none of them will work for retention, let's say. And so, treatment is still required, because you can take a planter and run the stormwater through some media, some engineered soil media, and provide treatment that way without having to do any retention on site. So it can be really tough to get an exemption from treatment because people have figured out a way to do it.
Thank you. And my final question at this time is just something that I heard come up several times, both in the written correspondence and a little bit touched on today from our spoken comment. We have heard it being like the county or the adjacent jurisdictions being compared to the city's stormwater management program quite a bit in our correspondence. And I'm particularly interested to hear staff's point of view on why we don't have language that's more similar. I did hear you say that it's because we have more redevelopment in our city than perhaps in the neighboring jurisdictions. But I'm very curious to know why we can't work together to match those more closely so that we don't have a sense from the applicant population that feels that the city is overwhelmingly more challenging and limiting and restrictive to projects coming in. Can you speak on that just so we can hear your point of view?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, yes. One point I'd like to make to address that is, first off, the city of Santa Barbara has always been kind of a leader in terms of the environmental movement and the regulations associated with that. The voters in 2000 passed Measure B by a 73% majority. So that's a pretty strong message that water quality is important to the community. So having a little stricter water quality requirements or stricter water quality requirements in this jurisdiction as opposed to others doesn't seem unreasonable given what the community said. And you heard from some speakers and have some letters that people are indicating they don't want to see a reduction or reduced water quality measures. So for that reason, I think it's important that we are different. We're Santa Barbara. We do lots of things different. We have a historic landmarks commission, which most communities don't. We have ADU, we have different building heights, we have different local coastal policies. I mean, we're a different community and we're unique. And so I think that having requirements that are unique to our situation is a good thing. And that's part of the reason. But as I said, it's the bigger reason really is the type of community we have in that it's already built out. And being a built out community, we just don't have lots of big projects coming in like that. So there's not really a way that water quality will improve over time using those high thresholds.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate the time that you have to give to us and address all of our questions. I really appreciate it. That's all I have for you today.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Commissioner Lodge, questions? We can't hear you, Commissioner Lodge.
It would help if I turn my mic on. We had a number of examples given to us of horror stories about projects where they had ended up in Tier 3 and it seemed quite out of scale with the size of the project, what had to be done. As I recall, there were 5 or 6 examples given, and they were all under 2,000 square feet, which means that in the amended ordinance, they wouldn't come under Tier 3. Am I wrong on that, Mr. Johnson?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, you're absolutely correct. The changes that we are proposing would solve a lot of the issues of those case study problems that were presented by the speakers today, because they would not be in tier, they wouldn't even be close to tier 3 thresholds at 2,000 square feet. So yes, you're correct.
Okay, and that represents a 4 times increase going from 500 to 2,000 square feet, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Escobedo, questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Johnson, I'm going to follow on a thread that Commissioner Bonderson was going down. Is it fair to assume that the manner in which neighboring jurisdictions handled their stormwater can affect our status under the Clean Water Act? Meaning
Madam
that.
Chair, pardon? Madam Chair and Commissioners, I don't think so. We are considered separate permits by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and so their permits are different than ours, and so we are independent.
Let me phrase it a little bit differently. Pollution, stormwater pollution, either upstream or downstream or up the coast, down the coast, can affect the particulates found off of Santa Barbara shores, correct?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioners, you're correct. If we have downstream, if there's water coming, there's what's called the littoral current. That's how the water moves next to the shore. If upstream of us in that littoral current, there's polluted water, it could enter our area and pollute ours also. But we are responsible, unfortunately, for whatever's within our jurisdiction. And so as far as I know, we couldn't blame another jurisdiction for our pollution. Maybe Tava could speak to that, but I'm not aware of that yet.
Not necessarily to place blame, but so last week, to give some context, last week we reviewed the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And one of the great things about reviewing that was there was a lot of collaboration, not necessarily a one size fits all for the entire region, but there was some input and some interaction in terms of the development of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And so I'm wondering, was that same type of regional, at least, approach used in developing our stormwater plan because it could have neighboring effects?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I don't think that specific goal was ever implemented, or as we went to other organizations with that exact idea of we're neighbors, so we should integrate how we're doing the cleanup of our coastal water. But we do work with all the surrounding jurisdictions, and we do meet with them often, and we have some idea what other jurisdictions are doing. But I do think we operate pretty independently from that, and we're not really trying to tie our requirements to the requirements of neighboring jurisdictions.
Madam Chair, if I could just add, would you mind? I think one of the things that Santa Barbara does have to its advantage is that we have the resources to make improvements to public lands that you're not necessarily seeing in other jurisdictions. So there have been questions like, well, what about the city? Is the city subject to these regulations? Yes, being the developer part of the Parks and Recreation Department, we're subject to all the same standards that private developers are subject to. But we also do a lot of demonstration projects with the idea that we're helping improve water quality, and it's not a burden on private landowners when we do that.
Thank you. There was in the staff report, in some of the there were comments from the design community, and then there were rebuttals from staff. And one of them talked about an appeal process to maybe flush out some of the more subjective interpretations of this ordinance. And it seems pretty clear that the Water Quality Board wouldn't agree to that, but they did offer to maybe mediate between the city and the applicant to come to a consensus on some of these interpretations. Is it possible, or would it be possible to set up maybe a formal process in which we can arrange that type of mediation between applicant and staff when there is disagreement on an interpretation?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, yes, it is possible to do that. I'm assuming that it would be done within the technical guidance manual itself and not the municipal code. That might be a question for the city's attorney's office, but we could do that. I don't know the process or how that would come about, and maybe Tava could speak to that. Sorry, I don't have much experience with setting municipal code requirements like that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Escobedo, that would take some collaboration with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Just because we can't bind to their actions, we'd have to figure out some sort of memorandum of understanding possibly. And I do want to be clear, it's not that we can't have an appeals process. We could, it's obviously would be difficult, and it would have to be very thoroughly vetted and reviewed, and it would have a very limited authority because, as Mr. Johnson said, we are bound by certain restrictions. And so if the commission or whoever was the appellate review authority were to decide that to go in favor of the applicant and the Regional Water Quality Control Board disagreed, then we'd be in trouble for that. So that's why it's not that it's entirely impossible to do it. It's just it would be very difficult.
Thank you for that. So I'll move on from that. I have some comments that I'll disclose later. So one of the suggestions from the design community was an in-lieu fee. And those in-lieu fees would be used for a shared treatment approach. And I think it's pretty clear based on the staff report that, and just what's happening in California currently in the current approaches, that's not feasible. The fee would have to be so high that would be cost prohibitive going down that approach. But is there an in-between? Is there a way that we could maybe, because we're trying to balance different priorities, right? Vice Chair Wiscombe talked about our need for housing and how perhaps some of these requirements might prohibit projects going forward, housing projects. Is it possible to have an in-lieu fee that provides more flexibility? And I understand that these changes do exactly that. They provide more flexibility, but could we do an in-lieu fee that provides more flexibility? Let's say, for example, and it doesn't have to be this in the end, but I'm in a priority overlay zone, and we say this is only possible in the priority overlay zone because that's where we're trying to incentivize rental housing. I could pay an in-lieu fee and go from tier 4 to tier 3. And we're still making progress on our stormwater treatment because as was mentioned earlier, this is a very slow process, and until we start seeing projects where they incorporate stormwater treatment, we're not going to reap those benefits. So if some of these regulations are so tedious or onerous, we might not ever realize those actual benefits. So have we explored any of that? And if not, do you have an opinion?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, we haven't explored the idea of having a fee that would allow you to drop tiers, I think, as an example. We haven't looked into that, and we actually haven't looked into the idea of, well, could affordable housing, you know, it's kind of along the same line, could affordable housing projects be, put down into a lower tier and do some kind of treatment, but not maybe as much as would be required. I haven't put too much thought into that. I don't really know if the regional board would approve it again, and I'm not quite sure on the details of how that would work, but we have not explored that to any degree. So that's kind of outside the scope of what we were looking at in terms of our amendments.
Okay. And kind of what I'm thinking is, even if it provided a little bit of flexibility, like for example, in tier 3, one of the perks to being in tier 3 compared to what we have now is that you get a 5% wiggle room, right? 95% instead of the 100. And an in-lieu fee would provide the possibility of maybe an extra 5%. We're not saying get rid of everything. We're saying we're still going to make tremendous progress, but it provides the developer with really troublesome parcels of land a little bit more wiggle room. So maybe not even dropping tiers, but providing some of that flexibility is something that I think would be very useful. And then to Commissioner Bonderson's point of funding other areas of town, if I'm a homeowner and I want to incorporate stormwater treatment into my house, I have to opt in. But what if there was a grant fund funded through these in-lieu fees where I could then provide some of this stormwater treatment on my house and I get some sort of funding from this fund? Could an in-lieu fee operate like that?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, yes, theoretically, an in-lieu fee could operate like that. I will say, not to rain on the parade or anything, but administrating the grant and those kind of things does take staff time, and it is a work effort. But yes, that theoretically could be done. I don't know if it's been done anywhere in the state, and again, the board would have to approve that. Looks like Tava has a comment.
Yes, Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Escobedo. Just to be sure, with regards to in-lieu fees, there's certain responsibilities and restrictions with regards to how we calculate them and studies, and then also how they're used. It would have to be mitigated. I think that could be a possibility for a use of an in-lieu fee. It's one of those things that from our office, we'd want to look into that just to make sure that we were in compliance with the Mitigation Fee Act and other such regulations that govern in lieu fees. But yes, I think there's somewhat of a nexus between the two.
So what would the process look like if, let's say, the Planning Commission today recommended something that was outside what has been studied? It has a direct nexus to this subject, but it's outside of what we have studied to this point. Would there be additional review between now and City Council, and would it come back to Planning Commission for subsequent review?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Escobedo, and not necessarily. It supposedly could. Generally, what staff has asked is for your recommendations that they can take to council, and that would be something that they would do. And I assume we would in that process while we were getting ready to go to council, we would be looking at the viability of the recommendations as well.
Okay. I believe, I just have one more question for Mr. Johnson. One of the public commenters brought up proprietary systems. I know you mentioned a little bit about it during our site visit on Tuesday. Can you speak a little bit more about proprietary systems and maybe why they may not be feasible for, let's say, the downtown corridor CBD?
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, I'll let Jim answer that question. He has a little more expertise with these devices.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, we have reviewed a lot of proprietary devices over the years, and you know, our current requirements in the manual allow for them, but they still have to meet the treatment requirements that are specified in the manual. And so what we found in reviewing these proprietary devices is that most of the manufacturer's claims, and almost all of the manufacturer's claims, cannot be backed up with data. We've looked at them thoroughly, we've asked for more information, and the claims continually overstate what they can actually deliver on through science. So, you know, if there is one that works, we're open to approving it, but so far we just don't know of many that work.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that's my last question for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. Commissioner Higgins, did you have some follow-on questions before I go to my questions? And then we're going to take a break as I've arranged with staff.
Yeah, two questions for George. This is tough to interpret, so sorry if this is a silly, naive question, but we have an exemption effectively for single-family home lots that are not on a hillside up to 4,000 square feet currently. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Chair, it's not an exemption, but that's just where the threshold is set right now for tier 3.
I'm sorry, you're right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be the trigger between 2 and 3.
Yes, between 2 and 3 is 4,000 feet for those locations. The current requirements are not based just on size, as I outlined. They're based on whether there's discretionary review, what particular location in the city you are, like in the Hillside Design District. So there's a number of factors that go into, there's that map. And
Okay.
so, or if you're commercial, so it's
Isn't
very
that threshold being lowered though in your proposal? So
yeah, yes, that threshold is being lowered from 4,000 to 2,000. Yes.
Okay.
The whole city would be 2,000.
Got it. So question related to that is why is there a connection between, I'll call it elevated exposure on stormwater due to a discretionary action? So just because it was a discretionary action, you're now exposed to a greater threshold.
Right? You mean, Madam Mayor, Chair, and Commissioners, do you mean under the current regulations or the new ones?
Well, is there a discretionary action trigger or component in the proposed?
So many of the in the proposed, it's not dependent on whether the project is discretionary or ministerial. Right. In the existing, it is.
Okay. Chair Schwartz, congratulations on your promotion. But one more question for Ms. Ostranger. These are development standards, but of a certain kind, I guess that there's no waivers of these kinds of development standards if projects are doing bonus density?
Not that I'm aware of. You mean under state law?
Yeah. We don't treat these particular development standards the same way we do parking and height and setbacks, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm not aware of any state law incentives, under density bonus or any such thing that waives stormwater treatment.
And do you have any idea why that is?
Lobbying, the environmental lobbyists are lobbying, and the housing lobbyists lobby one way, and
yeah,
I guess wins.
Okay. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go to my questions, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break as I've arranged with staff. Let's see here. In no particular order, I asked at the site visit, Mr. Johnson, I think you and Ms. Zachary answered this, how many hours could be per month, quarter, year are we committing to or investing in monitoring, follow-up inspections? And as I mentioned to you, I was interested in this because not just inspections for compliance purposes, implementation compliance, but also how are our requirements translating in the natural, physical environment? Are they working? Are they accomplishing what our objectives are? And you mentioned that it is 60 hours per year. Did I get that figure correctly? 60 hours per year under our permit with the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board?
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, I think that number is 20 hours. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, but I think that's 20 hours of inspection annually is what we're required by our state permit. And that's inspection of private development projects that have implemented these BMPs.
Is it 20 or is it 60 just for my notation?
Jim, it's 20, correct, Jim?
Chair Schwartz, that's correct. It's 20 hours per year that we're required to do inspections.
Okay. So my question about that, thank you for clarifying. I wrote down 60 for some reason. My question about that is that my understanding is that that's a floor and not a ceiling for annual monitoring, inspections, monitoring. Why do we not do more than 20 hours per year when we have such expressed high standards?
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, I can't say why we don't do that, but I can say what we do focus on in our inspections. And we do implement our own demonstration projects as the Creeks Division, often with grant funding. And we do a lot of monitoring of those. We did, for instance, we put in screens around the city. You may have seen them on the storm drains. And in that storm drain screen, we did extensive monitoring of the catch basins. We took photos of a number of different catch basins over time to see if it was actually reducing the amount of trash going into the storm drains. And we did find that it was significantly reducing that trash load. So those are the kind of things we do for effectiveness. We tend to spend more time on our own projects. For instance, also with the permeable paver projects, we put ports in those to try to measure the water levels and see how much is infiltrating and see what areas are not working, if we're getting run on or leaves or something blocking the permeability. And we have been able to learn from those demonstration projects, and we do include that information where we can into the technical guidance manual. Like for pavers, we tend to see now that if you have run on from other places on your property that go onto the pavers, that increases the ability, that increases the clogging of those significantly. So we try to avoid having run-on from other hard structures to the permeable pavers. So that's just one example. But again, we do concentrate on the demonstration projects we do, and not so much on the private, but it isn't a bad suggestion, and we could focus more of our time on that if that's some direction that we get from the Planning Commission. That's not something that we could do that.
Are we required under our permit with the water board to spread the 20 hours a year across both public and private projects? Or it doesn't sound like we are, but I just want to ask that question. No? Okay.
I don't think so. No.
Okay. And what strikes me, I really wanted to go through this with you, because if my numbers are correct, I think you provided the figure of 423 tier 3 projects. I think you provided that to Commissioner Reed in a pre-question that he asked. So if there are 423 tier 3 projects in the city, how does that compare just in sheer number to the number of city-owned or public projects in terms of you spending most of the 20 hours on public project inspection and monitoring?
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, I don't think any of the 20 hours are on public. I think the 20 hours are all on private. The other inspections I did outside are outside of that. The monitoring we do of our own public projects is sorry if I misspoke, is what we concentrate. The 20 hours is dedicated just to private projects. And one more comment I'll make is that what we found in those inspections over time is that the projects seem to be getting better. We have an inspector now who focuses solely on inspecting these water quality projects from building and safety. And so they're able to make sure that the projects are built according to the site plans better. And people who are building these are now learning how to do it better. It was kind of a new thing 8 years ago, and now it's more of a standard practice. So we are seeing improved BMPs.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Zachary, did you want to join us at this time, or should I just keep going and
Sure, Schwartz, if I could just add a little bit. Part of our strategy with our regional board permit is to put in that permit the different things that we're doing that we think they will find acceptable, and therefore consider the city in good compliance with the rules. So the 20 hours is an example. George is talking about how we monitor our projects for effectiveness, because then we apply that information when we're looking at what people are proposing on private property. A couple of things that they didn't mention is we do parking lot inspections, we do city facility inspections to make sure city facilities are complying with stormwater requirements. So it's above and beyond just looking at land development. It's our actual day-to-day activities as a municipality and the practices we have in place. So there's a broad array of inspection type work that we do to try to determine the effectiveness and also compliance. And then there's that balance between, contacting a private landowner and saying, hey, can I come on your property and check out your stormwater compliance? Considering that not everybody would welcome perhaps that on a regular basis, and trusting private owners to maintain their improvements.
And let me just share with you part of my underlying thought here, in addition to just grasping the numbers, and thank you for that information. It seems to me we want to provide both, yes, a compliance follow-up, but also on a proactive, sort of beneficial or value-added basis to continue to assist private property owners in understanding how to properly and effectively implement the requirements that we're asking of them within a permit that they've sought. So it's both, yes, to ensure that enforcement is done, just like we do on the planning, I'll just call it the planning side of our business in the city. And now we have an assistant city attorney dedicated to enforcement. I don't know his total scope of authority, but clearly that's how important enforcement is to our city, that the city council has budgeted for that. But we also want to continue to help educate and assist the private sector in understanding how to implement for maximum environmental benefits, and that they've invested so significantly on a financial basis. So let me just conclude this question by asking you, what would it take to increase from the floor that's required in our permit of 20 hours a year to something more incrementally robust that could move the needle in achieving the balance of what I'm talking about, both compliance and education? Have you discussed that within your creeks group?
Madam
Chair Schwartz, certainly that is a work effort that as part of the Creeks Division staff workload, we look at all the different things that they're working on and what's a higher priority and a lower priority. We do have a number of different staff that are engaged in the stormwater management program. And while I couldn't give you a number today, we certainly could do some work and report back.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. And then let me just keep going to my other questions if I could. So back to this this concept of an in lieu fee program. And I don't want to backtrack over your answers to some of the other commissioners' questions on this, but I noted in your answers, you mentioned this could be a 2 to 3 year process to develop, Mr. Johnson. And I'm just wondering if there's something along the lines of a pilot program of sorts, that if we could secure some funding, and as you know, Mr. Johnson, I was looking into some funding for our city, and I am not an expert in some of these grants, but there's a federal EPA grant program, 319, the number's 319 grant program for states and territories. Let me tell you what piqued my interest to put this on your radar, and I want to ask you about this. This grant money supports a wide variety of activities, including the following: technical assistance, financial assistance, education, training, technology transfer, demonstration projects. That very much piqued my interest, and monitoring. So if we need additional resources, whether this program resides in Parks and Rec or it gets moved over to Public Works, as you've already heard, perhaps we could seek grant support from that. There's also, I noticed, grants and loans from the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Board, actually, that comes under the California Water Boards. And this is under Proposition 1, again, not being an expert, but I just put this kind of on your radar and now I want to ask you, please, if you've pursued any of these grants to help us have both the most robust program, but also continue to assist the community, not just obligate the community, but to assist the community in ways that perhaps we could find some win-win outcomes. Do you have any thoughts for me on that, Mr. Johnson?
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, yes. So you probably are aware, and I have mentioned this a little bit, we have gotten millions and millions of dollars of grants to implement what we call these demonstration projects around the city from state granting agencies like this Prop 1 funding. We tend not to go for the federal funds because they're a little more bureaucratic and they're more competitive across the whole nation. But if there is something applicable as a federal grant, we would apply. So with those Prop 1 grants, we've been able to put in all those storm drain screens throughout the city. I think that was a $2 million project. We've been able to put in permeable pavers at numerous locations, a permeable paver street on Quarantina, McKenzie Park, where we have permeable pavers, Stevens Parks, Oak Park. So we've done lots of demonstration projects to show the community what these things look like and to learn, as you said, from the monitoring of how they work and how we can make them work better. So we have done quite a bit of that. We haven't done it so much for the policy, more of a policy thing like with this in lieu fee or a programmatic endeavor, but I don't know what is available out there. There may be funds available to do that. But that would be probably something we would do if we were directed to make an in lieu fee, because as I've As I said, the time is a long time, but it's also expensive to hire consultants to do the studies required to get approval by the board. So we would probably look for funding to do that.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you to put that on your checklist, and I'll get to that in deliberations. Let me keep going, if I may. To the concept of an appeal process, this was brought forward by the AIA Advocacy Committee in the community stakeholder group. And I want to go to the email exchanges you had with the Regional Water Quality Control Board staff, and thank you for asking Mr. Busk to forward that to the commission. And in the latest May 8th email back from Mr. Lucas Sharkey of the Water Board on this topic of an appeal, he says that he's not specifically heard of anything, and this was, excuse me, to Mr. Rumbly. He was responding to Mr. Rumbly and not you. He says, I will ask our other stormwater staff if anyone else has, that is, heard of anything. I can provide you contacts if you would like to contact a few. So that was back in May. I'm wondering if you or Mr. Rumbly have followed up with Lucas Sharkey of the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board to further look into a potential appeal process.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, we did not follow up with Lucas after that email. We have contacted some of the representatives in the adjacent jurisdictions, like the county, to ask them if they had any appeal or knew of anybody, because they're intimately involved with the surrounding jurisdictions being the county, and they were not aware of anybody who had an appeal system like that. We had just assumed that Lucas would get back to us with information if he did find out anything from his colleagues, and because he was silent on the issue, it was our assumption that there were no, he did not find out any information about that. But we could contact him between now and the city council just to verify that.
Okay, thank you. Please do put that on your list, and I'll come back to that as well. Again, in no particular order. Mr. Johnson, you and I also had an email exchange, which I appreciate. I was posing certain questions to you in the last few days. I was interested in our city's participation. I'm sorry, can you hear me? Is that okay?
Sorry, no, excuse me.
Okay, very good. I was interested in our city's participation, especially going back to 2019, in regional collaborative efforts. And you know this is key to me, regional integrated collaborative efforts. And I just want to ask you, I don't know if you've had time to, I don't think you had time to respond to my email from Tuesday of this week. First, I was asking you if our city participated in the October 3rd, 2019 Regional Water Quality Board workshop that had 400 participants online statewide. And this is what, the reason I bring this up, and I want the public and my colleagues to know about this, is because a key policy driver and a set of goals, integrated goals from our Regional Water Quality Board, is now related to the intersection, the nexus between water quality and homelessness. So this notion of integrating, aligning, and balancing policies is of key interest, and it's a commitment by our Regional Water Quality Board. So first, do you recall, or do you know if we had any representatives from our city participating in the workshop from last October?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I think I was not able to verify this because Chris Clark, who is away on paternity leave, is out on paternity leave. I'm pretty sure that he did attend that workshop. He works a lot with the homeless for creek cleanups, and so I think he was part of that. But again, I can verify that if you'd like me to.
Let me just keep going. This is, again, a few series of questions I posed to you. And this isn't just a fact-checking interest on my part. This is to really understand what is our city doing and where are we engaging regionally and on an integrative fashion, because I think that's needed, and I think that would be real leadership on our part. So then I also saw that out of this workshop from last October, and I forwarded this link to you, Ms. Zachary and Mr. Rumbley, there was a long list of what's called commitments to action, many action items that came out of that workshop for all the participants to pursue. And I'm wondering if perhaps incorporated into any of the proposed amendments that you brought forward today, are any of these commitments to action incorporated that perhaps I'm unaware of? I think that would be valuable to know.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, we did not look at that list as part of amending the technical guidance manual. I did look at that list once you sent it to me, and most of the suggestions or commitments seemed outside the scope of what we are doing here right now. They were more addressing homelessness issues and how to work with them on the various, especially water quality issues where those interface. But in terms of our technical guidance manual, it appears to me at the first review to be a little outside the scope of that. We do work, Chris Clark does work with the police department and is trying to, we're trying to integrate with cleanups throughout the city and doing that integrated throughout all the city departments. But in terms of the specific water quality suggestions there, we did not do that as part of these amendments.
Okay. Then lastly, pertaining to the email exchange you and I had, I also started to read the countywide integrated stormwater resources plan, and I sent you that link. But I did not see, and perhaps I overlooked, I did not see our city mentioned as one of the, quote, regional partners in this collaborative planning process. Can you comment on that?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioners, we did participate in that. It's called RWMP for short, so we are very aware of it. We did participate in part of it, but as we got further into the process, although it talks about watersheds and things in the title, it seemed to us that it was more focused on water agencies and sewer treatment facilities, so that most of the funding and most of the focus was on that. So we kind of stepped back and we didn't participate as much or provide funding to the consultant for that. And we just didn't think we would get grants out of it, or it was really a good fit for what we were focused on.
Okay, all right. Now let me go to one of the letters that we received from the public sparked a thought, a possible editing thought I had. So this came from the April 6th. So this was when we were originally going to hold this hearing. The April 6th letter from Flowers and Associates, Civil Engineering, Planning, Construction Engineering. And they had a suggestion. This is on the second page. We don't need to go to this document. I just have it in front of me. They suggested that we reconsider some language, and I want to talk to you about this. The current language, and I apologize, I can't cite a specific page in the many documents we have, but let me read the current language, and then I want to ask you about some suggested language which may improve an outcome that we're looking for. The current language says, if the site is determined to be inappropriate for infiltration by the geotechnical engineer, a supporting letter and soils report, paren, including infiltration testing results, close paren, must be provided, and non-infiltration BMP shall be used to meet stormwater requirements. And I want to ask you, if I were to suggest to you some change language that I think could be have some positive impact. If the site is determined to be inappropriate for infiltration by the geotechnical engineer, a supporting letter, now here I go to some change, and infiltration testing results must be provided, and volume reduction requirement for the site will be waived. only the peak runoff discharge requirement and stormwater treatment requirement would be required. Do you have any initial thoughts for me about going to the suggested language, or, and I apologize, I didn't have time to send this to you in writing for you to view it in advance.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, we could take a look at the suggested language and see if it would work. And it's a little hard for me right now to make a judgment on it, but yes, we could do that. It doesn't, I can't say one way or the other. Again, the regional board would have to accept that, but I don't think that that's something that they would have too much say on. But it is granting a waiver outright through that letter process. So it kind of removes that review process. And again, they may have some input regarding that, the regional board.
All right. And then there's been a number of questions, and you've answered it in various ways to the question of how our program and our requirements compare and contrast with some neighboring jurisdictions. And I'm aware of your email response back to Commissioner Wiscombe on that, but I want to reference a document we received when we were going to have an April hearing. Excuse me, I'm just looking for that document now. It came from, here we go. It came from architect Tom Oxner, who was one of the presenters from the AIA today. SWIMP program comparison. This is a chart of 4 columns. City of Santa Barbara County. Well, actually, the second column is County and City of Goleta. Third column, State of California. Fourth column, Ventura County, City of Ventura. Again, this was an attachment. It's part of our package. I'm not going to ask you to comment on the accuracy of this chart today, but I think the overarching theme that I'm hearing and that I wanted to ask you about is really one of, I want flexibility. Maybe that's word is being overused these days, but sort of negotiating negotiable elements within reason. And I ask you this because I was given some specific examples at the County of Santa Barbara level, where based on especially very difficult sites, and we have so many of them, as you know, in our old built out city, Mr. Johnson, so that when we look at these properties, we know the list that are constrained: steep slopes, poor or contaminated soil, high groundwater, shallow bedrock, inhibiting infiltration. It seems to me we need some flex in our regulations. We've been talking about this on the housing side, but here we're talking stormwater. And of course we have high environmental standards, but is there some more reasonable balanced medium that you might consider in terms of flexing some of these for these very constrained properties where it's going to be extraordinarily difficult and costly to implement some of the requirements being proposed?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, so we did look at this subject a lot, especially in view of the waiver part of it. Does the waiver allow people the ability to get some regulatory relief if they have some constrained sites? And so we do that, but as Jim has stated before, we don't find that many requests to do that. Actually, typically people can comply. As we said, with infiltration, that's where it gets the most difficult, and that's where we provide waivers most often. But we've kind of explored it, and I don't know what else we can do without actually taking the requirement itself away. So case by case, the waiver process is kind of case by case, where it builds that flexibility in there for you to make your case and say, hey, look, we've got this special site and it's difficult. And so, and there's been more talk about the appeals part of that, but anyway, that's to my knowledge, we have explored that, and and haven't come up with any really great idea on how to do that. Maybe Jim has some more input on that.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to add that with the program for the Central Coast requirements, they don't waive requirements outright. They make applicants just do it somewhere else. And so when we provide a waiver currently, so let's say a project has really high groundwater or contaminated soils or something like that, and retention's not a good idea. We will typically just waive that requirement, and that's it. You know, they'll just have to do treatment and peak runoff discharge rate requirements. But, you know, I would be concerned that the regional board might not approve something like that. They might require alternative compliance elsewhere, which can be very difficult to comply with.
So that'd be offsite mitigation is what you're referring to.
Correct.
So how is that different? And I apologize if this is too much of you educating me in this, but I really want to wrap my mind around this to provide some helpful recommendations to council. How is that significantly different than an in lieu fee program that would allow for a pay-in to a fund where the compliance would be acceptable off-site? What am I missing? What am I not understanding here?
Madam Chair, I can think of another example being that a property owner does the compliance on another property. So instead of an in lieu fee, maybe they pick a different site, whether they, for example, arrange with a property owner to provide the treatment on their property or retention on their property. I could think of that as an example that didn't involve an in lieu fee.
So let me just throw this out there to you, and then I have only one more question. It's to Ms. Zachary. I'll come back to her. What if we were to just say, just brainstorming here, that for the Central Business District, where we're looking to do as much urban infill as is possible, especially for mixed use or housing development, redevelopment, we were to develop some sort of a pilot program where for property owners who have no other properties, they don't have second properties to use as an offsite mitigation. It's that's the one and only parcel or property. But we have perhaps identified other areas of our city where it would be helpful. We could advance our environmental quality, our clean water, to do the offsite in areas where we, the city, designate there is a need and we could experience substantial improvement, qualitative improvement in clean water. Is that even a notion that you might entertain if I were to pursue this during either another portion of today or outside of today's hearing? Could call it a pilot or anything else you might want to name it.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, just to clarify, so it would be within the Central Business District where we would take the treatment and do it off-site, or could you provide a little bit more detail on how that might work? I'm sorry.
I saw Miss Zachary come on and off. I don't want to get too deep into this because we don't really have, this is the question period, but I'm trying to tee up for you a concept that is forming in my mind that allows us to seek the kind of, and here's where we get to balancing policies, which I'll talk more about in deliberations. How do we relax or free up one part of our community where the barrier to compliance, I'm just speaking now interactively with you, the barrier to compliance is very costly. So costly perhaps that it creates a significant impediment to achieving another goal that we have in the city. In this case, for my example, would be housing development, mixed use or pure residential. So how do we help achieve one goal by being creative and problem solving with another goal, which is environmental quality improvement, clean water, stormwater runoff capture and treatment. How do we do that with this concept of perhaps offsite mitigation? Not that the property owner would need another property to to use as offsite mitigation, as I thought I heard Mr. Rumbly saying, but we, the city, would be part of the solution in offering offsite mitigation in areas of our city, wherever they are. I don't know, funk zone, milpas, who know, I don't know where would be appropriate to help improve our environmental quality, our clean water interests. Does that make sense as I've tried to now re-articulate it?
Madam Chair, perhaps I could try to answer your question. It has come up from commissioners throughout today's discussion, looking for or wondering how we could propose amendments to our stormwater plan and permit that would give us different ways of addressing this issue, particularly in the downtown, which is highly developed and is targeted for more development, since that's where it seems most appropriate. Within the guidance from the board's permit, we would, I'm not sure I would call it a pilot program necessarily. It would be a X program for this area of the city of Santa Barbara where we would develop what they ask for as a watershed plan, which would document the area that would be subject to this approach. And it would include whatever we had proposed to meet whatever water quality standards the regional board would require us to do, whether some of that was on-site, some of it was off-site on a receiving site, or whatever that might be. It's our understanding that in order to even move forward with offering that as an incentive to a private landowner, a developer, that needs to be in place. It's like having your local coastal plan approved and ready to go. And so the question that we have in our minds is we are trying to respond to a lot of the concerns have been growing. How do we do that now? And if there's more work to be done, how do we then take that next phase? The concern being, if we don't successfully achieve amendments, our current plan and permit will remain in place. And so I think we'd have to spend some time really looking at the area. I think we'd need to look at where are the receiving sites, because again, as we've mentioned, we actually may not have a lot of places, and that's the challenge we have. If we spent more time looking, I don't know what we would come up with.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm one to believe where there's a creative and firm will, there's a way. So I'll just leave you with that. But while you're on the screen, Ms. Zachary, my last question is to you. And it comes back to a question I think that was perhaps lightly posed, but I really want to come in a little more on this. And that's to the concept of, and in the NOVAC consultant report, a mention of perhaps some important benefits of considering to transition this program from within Parks and Rec to Public Works. I want to just ask you directly if you have discussed this at all with Rebecca Bjork, to the extent that we could find some advocacy path to achieving that.
Chair Schwartz, we have not had that discussion yet. As we all know, the NOVAC study was recently received. There are a number of recommendations that Ms. Bjork is the interim director, and then the future community development director will be charged with implementing. I know the Creeks Division staff and Parks and Recreation staff participated in that study. So we're well aware of all the discussion points that the NOVAC study came up with. And as I said before, it's unique that it's in this department, but the Creeks program is very unique for Santa Barbara. There aren't other municipalities that do the breadth and depth of work that we do. And it's just how it evolved over time.
Okay, thank you for that. So those are my questions, and I don't see any other commissioners' webcams on for follow-up questions. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, as I promised staff, and we're going to come back at 5 to 5 to move into deliberations. And again, ultimately formulating recommendations back to the City Council. Thank you. We're in recess. like to welcome everyone back to the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission's special meeting of July 23rd, 2020. We are now proceeding with deliberations. And if there are specific categories that we could focus on, that would be helpful in order for us to efficiently move through our deliberations for recommendations to council. Commissioner Lodge, I think you had your webcam on first. If you would like to go into comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of the comments have been directed toward concern about the ability to build housing projects downtown. And I kind of have the feeling that we're coming up with solutions for a problem that doesn't exist. We just reviewed 410 State Street. The applicant talked about how he was going to meet the requirements and didn't seem to indicate that I recall any problems. There's another project that I've been watching go through HLC, will be coming to us in September, at 710 State Street, same thing. I think it's not as onerous as we're assuming. I also think it's inappropriate to compare Santa Barbara with the county. Santa Barbara's economy, a lot of it is based on tourism and retirement income, which depends on having things like clean beaches. And I'm sure all of you remember when there have been times when the beaches had to be closed because of polluted stormwater. And then during those times, tourists, they hold their nose. They won't come to Santa Barbara. So we have to do all that we can to keep our water clean. The county, most of it is inland. It's not affected. They have some streams and rivers that are affected, but not what so much of Santa Barbara's economy is based on, with our 6 miles of publicly owned coastline. 18 months was spent in very hard work on developing this proposal and these amendments. I was really impressed that we got a letter signed by 13 different environmental organizations, including Heal the Ocean and Channel Keeper and Environmental Defense Center. All 3 of them in particular are passionate advocates for clean ocean water. And they can support this. With the change from 500 square feet as the cutoff point before you get into tier 3 to 2,000 square feet, all the examples that were given to us disappear. They simply would no longer come under tier 3. So I think that we have an excellent set of recommendations before us and the changes that are proposed. And I'd be happy to support the package of the amendments that have been proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. I should also mention that just as a courtesy to all of us as colleagues, we're going to get through all our deliberations. So if anyone ultimately is eager to make a motion, please hold off until we give due respect to all 7 of us to make comments. Thank you. Commissioner Wiscombe, would you like to go next, or do you want me to come back to you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just start with some initial comments. And we didn't really discuss the AIA request to raise the threshold from 2,000 to 2,500 square feet in tier 3. So I'd like to hear my commissioner comments on that one. I think that merits some discussion. Let's see. And I do support a waiver process on a case-by-case basis based on soil conditions and site constraints. I think this should be a monitored process to ensure waivers are kept to a reasonable minimum for development or redevelopment. I was intrigued with Commissioner Escobedo's idea, which wasn't really totally vetted yet, but of perhaps doing something different in the priority overlay zone in the CBD that I think will be put into place. I know Ms. Ostringer talked about compliance with the Mitigation Fee Act, but if we did have some sort of in lieu fee where you could drop a tier, as Commissioner Escobedo said, that might be something to look into. To Chair Schwartz's comment about monitoring, I recommend that we do more to ensure the BMPs are working. I didn't have a clear idea that our current program I didn't get the reinforcement from staff that it's working well. And since the SWIMP includes inspections, enforcement, education, and water quality monitoring, I think that would be a good recommendation. I also would like staff to explore the recommended language in the flowers letter that Chair Schwartz referenced for potential change. I thought that was a good one. I was also very intrigued by Ms. Zachary's idea of a watershed plan in the CBD. That might be something to look into. In terms of moving Creeks Division to Public Works, I feel that's not on our agenda right now, and we are here to comment on the stormwater monitoring program, not on where a particular department belongs. And I think that's where I'm going to leave it for now, because I'd like to hear from my other fellow commissioners. Thank you.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just start by saying that these are a great improvement from what we currently have. So great job by our Creek staff, great job by staff in general. So I think this is a good place to start from. When it comes to the waivers, I do think that it is appropriate to take it on a case-by-case situation if there are studies that deem the soil inappropriate for filtration and it's infeasible. I think that taking that by a case-by-case basis, but keeping it at a minimum. The 2,000 limitation for tier 3, I'm on the fence about. I'm curious to hear my other commissioners. I can't say that I feel really strongly one way or the other, so I'll hold my comments for that one. And then for the appeal process, I'm not necessarily in favor of an appeal process, but I would like to see some collaboration with the regional water board so that we can set up some of these mediations between the applicant and the city, so that we can, when there are disputes on interpretations and some of those subjective decisions, that there's at least an opportunity to air concerns, and there's a third party, which I think the regional water board is a good third party to have in those conversations, so that we can hopefully leave those meetings agreeing on interpretations. So not in favor of necessarily an appeals process, but some collaboration with the regional water board. In terms of the idea of the in lieu fees, whether it's an in lieu fee to drop from tier 4 to tier 3, or some flexibility in the priority overlay is kind of what I'm thinking. Whether that's through an in lieu fee, and we can use those in lieu fees to incentivize stormwater treatment elsewhere in the city, which I think might be advantageous for us. Or if it is in the priority or just a watershed plan in the CBD, and we can test it out and see what it looks like. So I would like to see something like that incorporated, whether it's we pass these amendments as they are, and that's something that happens after the fact. I think these amendments as they are an improvement, but I would like to see continued development following after they get instated. in regards to my questions about collaboration, I definitely agree. Santa Barbara is much different than our neighbors, and I definitely agree that we are a leader when it comes to environmental issues. But I also believe that there are regional effects that I think the city needs to be at least in the conversation with our regional partners. And one of the ways that we can lead is through collaboration and pushing our neighbors to treat stormwater and some of these other environmental issues with the same gravity that we treat them. And the only way that we're going to be able to do that is to be able to lead that group, is to be in the conversation and be in that group. So I'd like to see in the future some more regional collaboration, even if it's just the sharing of ideas. I think, Madam Chair, is there any other topics that you'd like us to touch on in our comments?
Let me ask you, I am sorry I had to turn away for a moment, my attention. Did you touch on, and this is in response to Commissioner Wiscombe, the tier 3 threshold from 2,000 to 2,500?
I did, but I'm on the fence and I'm waiting to be convinced by my fellow commissioners.
And can you, I'm going to press you just a bit on that. Why are you on the fence, if I could ask you?
I have not been sold that changing it from 2,000 to 2,500 is a great deal of a benefit that outweighs the cost to stormwater treatment. So I think having those additional projects and that 500 extra square feet, I think the benefit is greater than not at the moment, but I'm on the fence. Like I said, I'm willing to be persuaded.
Okay, you're open-minded is what I'm hearing.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. On to Commissioner Reed.
Thanks, Chair Schwartz. So in general, I think the proposal for tier 1, 2, and 3 and the work that was done towards that is really significant. It's a significant improvement, and in general, I support it. I appreciate Commissioner Lodge's comments about the 2 AUD projects that are in the pipeline right now. And I would just remind the commission that those projects are under our current stormwater plan. I don't know if we hypothetically were to approve this package and there would be then a tier 4 requirement imposed on projects over 15,000 square feet, if that would retroactively apply to 410 and 710 State Street, I'm not sure. But what I do know is that while our current tier 3 or proposed tier 3 requirements would probably be acceptable for those projects, I don't believe that a tier 4 requirement would be. I am concerned with general plan consistency. Our general plan has remained focused on affordable housing, and our central business district and other areas with the priority housing overlay provide for that. And I believe that we have seen so few AUD projects in the priority housing overlay. We have seen so few projects in our central business district because of obstacles such as stormwater. Now, that to say, there are a few that get through, and that's incredible. I think 410 State and 710 State are 2 very unique properties with 2 very unique property owners and developers who can handle these obstacles. But I feel that making that obstacle even more burdensome by adding a tier 4 requirement. It's just not consistent with other high priorities of our city and our general plan. So that's where I have my biggest sticking point. It's the proposed tier 4 requirements. And so I've thought about solutions, and I think that proposing and excluding tier 4 requirements in all priority zones could be acceptable from my perspective in really addressing the top priorities of our general plan. Because as important as stormwater management is, and I mean, being born and raised in this community, I want clean water, top priority. There are other very important priorities. And I think the proposal to tier 1, 2, and 3 is in line with those other priorities. I just think tier 4 starts to pose an issue. So as far as the other points we're discussing, I would appreciate Ms. Ostringer's input to Commissioner Wiscombe's comment on making any recommendation to move creeks to public works. While I have an opinion on that, and a pretty strong one, I want to be absolutely focused on what we're here to do today. And so if that falls outside of this conversation, please, I'd like to know.
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Reed, yes, that absolutely does fall outside of this discussion. And under the charter, the city council is prohibited from really making those kind of employment and administrative decisions. That's left to the city administrator. So that's a discussion that they'll be having internally.
Thank you, Ms. Ostringer. I think that as far as appeals, I think that appeals would be, as the AIA letter states, necessary, essential, and appropriate. So I would be in support of, be it a potentially limited appeal process, a careful appeal process. I would be in support of an appeals process. Chair Schwartz, what else do I need to comment on at this point?
Well, let me come back up again. I apologize as I was listening to you. So number 1 in the AIA letter, this is the tier 3 threshold recommendation from 2,000 to 2,500. Could you comment more on that?
Yeah. Generally, I would be in support of that. However, I would support leaving it at 2,000 square feet, really leaving everything as proposed for tier 1, 2, and 3, if there is consensus to make changes to the tier 4.
Okay, and then let me ask you about number 5 in the AIA letter, the in lieu fee program. Do you flesh out your thoughts a bit more on that?
Yeah, so I think that offsite stormwater treatment is a good strategy. I think it's something we need to pursue, and I don't think enough research and work has gone into the viability of that in our city context. In lieu fee programs can be part of that offsite mitigation strategy. And I would definitely support looking at that. And I think this would be really in the context of tier 4 and potentially providing an alternative, providing additional flexibility if we were to exclude tier 4 in the priority zones, maybe there could be an in lieu fee program to address hardships outside of that area. So in general, I would really recommend that we look at a comprehensive approach to offsite treatment.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Higgins next. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I get that the administrative component of this is not on the table, but I want to, in reading all the public comment letters, suggest that it is part of the angst of the program, isn't really the nuts and bolts. Well, it's nuts and bolts, and it's combined with the administrative approach that just doesn't appear to be working for the customer base. So with that in mind, I'd love to hear, if this item were to come back to us on a continuance, I'd love to hear either Ms. Bjork or Mr. Casey speak to how that, a reorganization of that could help the customers of the program. I didn't really hear that it couldn't be moved over and better integrated. And right now we have some challenges in our city with interdepartmental coordination through the process. It's pretty well documented, and having one major component of land development out of the land development process just makes it more difficult for those customers to get the feedback that they need. So related to that, I guess, is I think an appeal process would be useful. I just can't really segregate out how we have appeal procedures for building and fire code issues and floodplain management, substantial improvement questions or issues. So I would like to push on that because it does a lot to educate the general public when an appeal comes before the commission. It's useful for sure. I think for people to help them understand what it is we're talking about, because it's not the setback or a height limit thing. It's highly technical. Part of the reluctance to do anything creative, and I'm not sure it's even really that creative, but cross parcel offsite improvements for stormwater, I think stems from the fact that the program is kind of siloed in the Creeks division. They don't have the mechanisms to, with comfort at least, deal with compliance or management. But if the program was centered in land development, that might change. So it's not that difficult to do lot ties or offsite agreements. We do it for parking, and it seems to work on rare occasions. So now just my comments on the actual program thresholds. I think because we're lowering the threshold for residential projects from 4,000 to 2,000 that are at least not on a hillside, that I would support increasing the threshold to 2,500 square feet to get into the tier 3. I think that's a fair trade-off. And just in terms of trade-offs, I appreciate whoever was asking about the quantitative analysis and of how are we really justifying that these are balanced. And I appreciate the answer too. It's going to be hard. It's hard to quantify. It seems like it's a judgment call. So my judgment is that we would have. I'd feel much better about keeping that threshold to 25, boosting that threshold to 2,500, given that it's already at 4,000 now for certain kinds of residential projects, at least. I really do think that the AAA idea about some shared retention or detention or treatment is important to consider. I know it's complicated, and if it included in lieu fees, now, man, I think we really should be giving ourselves a break in terms of how we're going to try to accommodate this much housing development potentially with it, with the constraints that we already have in place, it's going to be difficult. So I don't know how to get there tonight, Madam Chair, but I'd be willing to have this come back at a later date with some more definition there. But I also understand, George was saying, look, maybe we should be communicating more frequently, and the procedure to do that is perhaps to move some of this along to the Regional Water Board. I kind of see it like the Coastal Commission, there ought to be a way to have some informal conversations before we take something there formally, but that's up for staff to nuance. But if it were up to me, I would hold on all of this tonight until we could really look at Tier 4 holistically with some more creative solutions to help some of those properties that we know are going to, come forward. That's what we're all talking about. That's what we've been talking about for over 10 years with our general plan amendment. So how to deal with downtown housing. So I guess I feel like in terms of pushing and pulling on these things or balancing how we treat stormwater holistically, I'd like to see some of the waivers deleted with respect to work in the right of way. It just feels to me like we expect more of this on our private property participants and less of it on our own properties in the right of way, and we could pick up some more compliance and some more surface water treated if we were really eliminating some of those waivers or exemptions for right-of-way projects, and more parking lots like Mackenzie, et cetera, should be on the list as soon as possible. So those are my comments for now, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bonderson, deliberations, please.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Well, I have been bumping this idea around in my head since we first received the original material several months ago and had the opportunity to look at that before the new material has come to our attention, and had the opportunity to rethink it again now that a few months have passed. And I feel like this is a discussion that we will always have difficulty understanding unless we ourselves have practiced applying these regulations. Therefore, we need to trust the word of our architects and our engineers and the applicants that are going through this experience and sharing their challenges with us, because in a way, this is an issue of application, not theory. And we have to figure out a way where we can simplify the process and make it less costly and easier for an applicant to design and implement solutions thoughtfully, project by project. So for me, it's impossible to imagine how to do this if it's a one-size-fits-all solution. And therefore, it's important that our amendments reflect this clearly and in detail. And I feel like we have certainly made a lot of progress. I'm so happy to see so many of the changes that we have reviewed here today. And I feel like we're on the right track, but we're not quite there yet. From both written comment and spoken comment, as well as the presentations, it seems to me that the designers are not refusing to comply with these requirements, but they're asking for ways to simplify the process and to make it more cost-effective, easier on the applicants to design and implement solutions project by project. And again, it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. So it's important that we really reflect this in a way that we understand, at least the way I see it, is giving a 5% flexibility is not enough when the city is expecting 100% compliance. 95% isn't lenient quite enough. And that makes projects more focused on stormwater than on actually reaching many of the community goals that we've discussed are important to us, like housing and increasing our affordable housing opportunities here. So I just feel like we have to continuously keep in mind that anybody who chooses to live here and those of us who live and work here clearly value our oceans and want clean water. And that's not the discussion here today, but it's truly about, you know, putting on our designer hat or our engineer hat for a moment and trying to find solutions to support the increase of new housing in our city, and especially in the downtown CBD as we look forward. So kind of looking at this from the bird's eye view, what our decisions in detail today really implicate as far as the future of our city and the direction we want to go. We certainly are moving in the right direction, and I appreciate all the collaborative work that's been done and all of the participants who've shared their opinions, and the staff that has worked directly with the AIA and others to actually produce what we're looking at today. I think that it's important that we support the amendments that have come forward, but there's more to it. Like I think every commissioner has said before me, I'm the last one, so I just kind of have to reiterate, we're not quite there yet. I think that we need to continue working with this, and there's several things that have come up today that have to, I believe, have to be added to this process, and it's important that it's happening together. For me, I want to address the question that's come up, I believe, that Vice Commissioner Wiscombe has specifically drawn to our attention to. I'm glad to see that Tier 3 has been increased from 500 square feet to 2,000 square feet, but I would like to see that go up to the 2,500 square feet to match the thresholds that the county is using. I don't feel that there is any reason to make it more challenging to do the same type of project in the city that is being done right down the street in the neighboring jurisdictions that might have a different title if it's county, but it's adjacent. We need to be considering those types of development and not making this less user-friendly. I really feel that the stormwater management process and language isn't quite consistent yet. And I agree that we need to have third-party interpretation of that process. In addition to an incentivized process that needs to be added to support the flexibility in Tier 3 in particular. I want to add that as somebody who's personally worked on these kind of projects, trying to solve these kinds of stormwater issues on projects, both at the city and the county, I can say that I'm in agreement with many members of the public who've stated that it's really a hindrance, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be such an obstacle when we're working on improving certain areas of our city to support our goals as a community. Again, I'm referring to housing in particular, and we need to be more supportive to promote the good works and good efforts of good design, and not allow stormwater management requirements to stand in the way of the integrity of quality of design that is expected from us in Santa Barbara.
Chair Bonderson, can I ask you just to make sure that we complete the list? Could you just go down the list from the AIA letter, and if you don't feel you've already touched on that, to give some conclusive remarks about some of these, so we have a sense as we're all kind of moving together towards making recommendations, we can start to focus on that.
Thank you. I just touched on number 1 specifically, so I'll move to number 2. And I would like to just add, with response to the Tier 4 requirements, I feel like we need to be simplifying and looking at adding more leniency and or exceptions or waiver language to this amendment to introduce incentive options to help applicants with Tier 3 and Tier 4 options, especially in the State Street downtown area. I support the commissioners who spoke before me, in particular, with attention on the collaborative efforts to find more ways to help. The city should find more collaborative ways to help with the right of way projects and share the burden. I'm going to jump down to point 5 to continue my thought and get that one out of the way as well. I would like to have more study done on the in lieu fee and how we can help support projects that are coming to our attention, especially in the CBD. I really strongly appreciate the suggestion that the AI has made about using public space, whatever that might look like as far as feasibility and stability concerns that have been brought to our attention today. But I do like the idea that the block by block system be considered, where as we are looking at the CBD and projects are therefore coming forward over a period of time, that we're not looking at these on a parcel by parcel basis, but we're looking at how we can support the development of a block or development of an entire overlay area. Because these are the goals that we're looking at as a future outcome, not just an individual piece by piece project. So my greatest concern is that the proposed stormwater requirements will make any size housing project more difficult to achieve. And it's misleading to talk about affordable housing when we have such an expensive and inflexible, ineffective management program at the moment that simply runs the cost of construction up with no tangible benefits to the stormwater treatment itself. I guess I want to make sure that I touch on everything. I already suggested that a waiver process be part of this. I do support increasing and improving the language that gives us options for exemptions and waivers and a third-party process to help with interpretation.
Okay.
And lastly, I just want to end by saying that I think that we need more discussion to help promote the clear distinction between new projects and redevelopment projects, because I don't think that they belong in the same conversation. In order to maintain that the two should have the same requirements placed on them isn't appropriate. And it's nearly impossible to find locations for treatment and storage on lots that have already, that are already existing and covered with buildings and pavement. So I'll just end by saying that I really would like to find incentive opportunities for those kind of redevelopment projects and not to discourage them. We will be seeing more of those and we want to be able to be supportive of those. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm going to come back to Commissioner Wiscombe before I comment because I think you wanted to hear from colleagues. Is that right, Commissioner Wiscombe? Would you like to further comment before I do?
Sure. I thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't realize you wanted us to just go down this list. So
I just thought it would be helpful for us by way of focus and structure.
Sure. Okay. I'm still on the fence on the 2,000 to 2,500 square feet, but I think I could be swayed to go to that because what Commissioner Bonderson said is very important. I think we're in times where we need to have a little more flexibility. So I'll just put my neck out and say yes on that one. Exclude tier 4 requirements from State Street downtown area. I think that goes hand in hand with development of an in lieu fee program where we can, where it on sites where it's very difficult to implement tier 4 requirements. We have a program that allows developers to contribute to projects that actually could benefit the whole community. So that's kind of how I feel there. I think more work has to be done on that. The 3 examples that staff used, Santa Monica and I think Paso Robles, and I can't remember the third, but San Francisco, I guess is the third. That was, that's all well and done, but we're Santa Barbara. We could do it ourselves. So that's how I feel about that. Include a waiver process. Yes, we definitely need a waiver process. We've got, we've got soils that are contaminated. We have high groundwater table. We have soils that are clay and just are not proper for infiltration. So I think we do need a waiver process that's reasonable and that really works for all the people that are all our designers and engineers in the city. And I think it should be a monitored waiver process. So we're not issuing waiver after waiver after waiver. I think we need to implement it, and I know it's already implemented, but I think we need to implement it and make sure that we have a good understanding about how it's working and how many waivers we're actually giving out. I don't know how an appeal process works. This is something that I'd like to see, but I really don't know how we accomplish that other than some of my fellow commissioners were talking about a more collaborative effort with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And perhaps that's how we get there for more dialogue between applicants and the board. It's not really an appeal process, but based on what's been said, it's a start. I think our designers deserve some sort of an appeal process. And just finally, I'll say, I appreciated Commissioner Reed's comment about our general plan and housing is our top priority. I think we really need to, I think this document that's before us goes a long way towards improving the flexibility in our community for stormwater treatment and runoff and clean water. But I do think that we need to have a further look at Tier 4, and we need to ensure that whatever we do, we are not stymieing development in our priority overlay zones where by implementing a Tier 4 requirement. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Okay, I'll go to my comments and some thoughts for us in formulating our recommendations in a cohesive way that are going to go to City Council. Often my starting point, as you may know, is the general plan. And I want to read a sentence that to me is important from the introductory section of our general plan, because for me, it's both fundamental and foundational in my thoughts for today and my deliberations. So it states, the purpose of this updated 2011 general plan is to adjust our current course to become more holistically sustainable. Listen to that phrase, holistically sustainable. For Santa Barbara, sustainability is to blend and balance, protecting and enhancing our natural and built environments, social equity, and economic vitality, which together form the character of our community. This is so important to me as the paradigm in which I'm thinking about our stormwater management practices, the need to blend and balance, the need to integrate or connect our goals and the policies related to our goals, because I don't believe that I have the luxury as a planning commissioner, as an appointed public servant, to choose one goal or one principle or one value over another. That's in my private life. That's not as a public servant. So to me, my responsibility is to blend and balance because we have multiple goals as a city. And as we've been hearing today, long-time environmental sustainability with water quality is one of them, is certainly a key value and goal. But clean water without diversity of population able to live here and work and play, to me, means we're stepping away from, we're turning away from our blended and balanced responsibility, which is why I've asked some of the questions I have and made some of the comments. I do believe that the most of tier 1 through 3 recommendations are steps in the right direction. I think we are on an improved, enlightened path with most of that. I would advocate for elevating the tier 3 threshold from 2,000 to 2,500 square feet. But for the rest of the proposed amendments, just in tiers 1, 2, and 3, I think we need to move those forward. 18 months and more has been spent by the community, the AIA Advocacy Committee, the broader advocacy group, and city staff. And I think we need to honor that. And time is of the essence to move some of that forward, again, with the caveat of moving from 2,000 to 2,500 square feet in the tier 3. In terms of everything else we've discussed, and that includes tier 4, but these other additional potential processes and practices that include what we would do with the priority housing overlay, whether or not it's removal of tier 4, an in lieu offsite mitigation program, plus outside of that, waiver appeal. I believe that all of those need further discussion, need further research, most likely feedback from staff after additional analysis and research. And to me, that's in a separate category of work. The tier 4, which to me is not ready for prime time today to be voted on and advanced to city council, along with some of these other very innovative and important concepts or ideas. So I would be interested in hearing a motion that may entertain some or all of what I've just articulated, because I think we're on our way, making some important improvements. We're not there yet, in my opinion. However, I believe that if we work together, we can find creative, very innovative solutions that do blend and balance policies and processes and practices. And I know our city's up for that. So with that, I think I saw Commissioner Reed's hand up. I don't know if that was, I'm looking for a motion now, because I would like to conclude our hearing in 15 minutes, right at 6 o'clock. If there are any other comments very quickly before we go to a motion, Commissioner Bonderson, very quickly, please.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Madam Chair. You had mentioned earlier, and it had been brought up again by, I believe it was Vice Chair Wiscombe, about the comments in the letter from Flowers and Associates, and some of the comments that they had made were worth following. I wanted to just know if we can include some of that language that you had brought up previously into our motion as we make the motion, particularly with regard to the very detailed discussion on language in the proposed amendment should apply to all projects. And then it talks about very specifically the quotes that were discussed. I'm not sure if you agree with that in particular, but I wanted to just address that before we make the motion.
Okay. Yes, and I can provide that language. I don't need to read it again right now, I don't believe, unless the maker of the motion would like me to read that suggested change in language about the site determined to be inappropriate for infiltration, etc. Why don't I pause there? I thought I saw Commissioner Lodge's hand up again. Very quickly, let's move through any remaining comments before. Yes, I see Commissioner Wiscombe as well. Commissioner Lodge, I think you've had your hand up, please.
Yes, thank you. Quick question for Mr. Johnson. What would be the impact on cities two, if you're all familiar with them, the 410 state and 710 state, if they were to come under tier 4?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, can everyone hear me? Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I'm not very familiar with those two projects, unfortunately. So I can't say what is existing on site or what is being proposed. So maybe Jim has a little more knowledge of those projects. He may have reviewed them as part of what he does, but I don't have the information on those two sites.
And if I could just, Jim, in quickly responding to Commissioner Lodge, we really don't have time for a lot of analysis at this point. We've been through our question period, but I want to respect Commissioner Lodge's interest in asking this. So let's see if we can very succinctly answer her. If you have information, please.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, while I haven't reviewed the project, I'm familiar with the sites. One of my colleagues reviewed those projects, but considering that those two sites are mostly paved currently, going from tier 3 to tier 4 under our proposal would mean retaining the 1.2 inch storm for all areas that are currently paved. So, you know, if they're paving over planted areas or permeable areas, then they would have to retain the 2.4 inch storm for those areas. But the tier 3 requirement is for the 1 inch storm. So potentially just going from the 1 inch storm to 1.2 inch.
Thank you, Mr. Rumbly. And I think I saw Commissioner Wiscombe's hand up next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question about I think most of my fellow commissioners agree that tier 4 needs a little bit more work. So can someone tell me what the process would be in terms of going forward to City Council with recommendations on some, and would tier 4 come back to us? Do we make specific recommendations for further analysis on tier 4, or does staff have enough information from the questions that we've asked to come back? So that's a whole bunch of questions, but I want to just get an idea of how this works, because I know this is supposed to go to City Council with our recommendations, and if it doesn't include tier 4, you know, we potentially, I'm just want to know, are we doing our job? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Zachary, could you respond? And then I'm going to make a comment about that as well.
Chair Schwartz and commissioners, our hope today was that we would have recommendations to City Council from the Planning Commission, that the City Council would then make its final recommendations, and we would be able to submit the request to the regional board. So Planning Commission wants to make certain recommendations. We'll work with what you give us, and then we will be on to the City Council. I would also add that the Creeks Advisory Committee is also going to be making recommendations prior to council.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Zachary.
Madam Chair, may I ask one more question to Ms. Zachary, please? So in the time period, I don't remember, Ms. Zachary, when this is supposed to go to City Council with our recommendations, but would it be helpful for us to make a recommendation regarding tier 4, specific areas where further study is required, and then that be sent to City Council? Would you have time to develop some more information on those areas? Because I think that's where we're lacking, we're really lacking some information to make a decision about tier 4. So will you have time between now and then to actually beef up some of the things we've said about tier 4, like in lieu fees and, you know, offsite mitigation, et cetera?
Sure, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Wiscombe. From what I'm hearing, the Planning Commission suggests is that there's concern about tier 4, particularly in the Central Business District overlay, housing overlay areas, and that there is a desire to look at a way to apply some concept of tier 4 that would involve the potential use of in lieu fees, whether that had to do with changing the tier as a result, and or an offsite area for treatment rather than on-site treatment. In thinking off the top of my head, certainly the city can put forward a recommendation to the regional board that the tier 4 aspect of the proposal would address these areas in a certain way. And if the regional board said, yes, we support you moving forward with something like that, they would then require us to come back with the very specific plan and program that would be in place before any project could use either of those options. So it's kind of a two-step process, but certainly if there's a desire from the city to make that request as part of an amendment, we could take it rather than spend a lot of time coming up with it and at least see if it was acceptable at the regional board level.
Thank you, Ms. Zachary. That's helpful. I'm going to comment here for a moment, both personally and I think, well, I'll just comment personally regarding tier 4 and really any other decision by way of making recommendations that are before the Planning Commission. Certainly from my vantage point, I don't feel that I would be carrying out my role responsibly if I rush into and trying to use a hearing to have some on the fly further back and forth, and it's already 10 to 6 p.m. To try to further vet and even change or improve tier 4 proposals. So I believe that we're ready. I'm hearing that we're ready, and perhaps it's with a slight tweak, tiers 1, 2, and 3, and perhaps the tweak is in tier 3 from 2,000 to 2,500 square feet. But I don't believe that we should shortcut our role in deeply and thoroughly considering tier 4 programmatic changes, including this concept of an in lieu fee in the priority housing overlay area. And as I may have mentioned before, I personally have received requests from council members to engage only in qualitative, deliberative, and analytic job that's before us, to not shortcut, to not simply move something to council that hasn't been thoroughly vetted by our Planning Commission. So I want to be very clear as we move to a motion and a vote that I would not be comfortable voting through tier 4 recommendations as they have been presented today. But I'd like to hear from, and I see that Commissioner Reed would now like to make a motion. Commissioner Reed, please.
Before we have a motion, Madam Chair, I have a question on how we are voting. May I ask a question, please?
Yeah, I'm going to first hear if we have a motion. If we have a motion that outlines.
Well, I have another question before.
Go ahead, Commissioner Reed, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Bonderson. Go ahead.
So I just want further clarification, maybe from Ms. DeBusk or Ms. Ostranger. My concern, if we make recommendations on tiers 1 through 3, but we do not make any comment on tier 4, and we want that item continued, that our comments just get passed up entirely on tier 4, and the council makes their own determination without any advice from us. That would be my hesitation in this pursuit.
Ms. Ostranger?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, yeah, if you're silent on tier 4, it's probably, and you don't pass a recommendation on to council, it's possible that it won't come back to you and they won't hear your comments. I would, if you have comments, I think they'd like, and recommendations, I think they'd like to hear them.
May I, Commissioner Reed, I'm sorry to intervene. Were you going to say something else? I do want to share a thought, please, while Ms. Ostranger is online with us.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm reflecting back. I want to use this by way of comparison as to how we might consider today. I agree with Ms. Ostranger that if we're silent, that is not of benefit to the council. They'll simply have to move this forward and wrestle with it on their own. I'm recalling that we did that with the proposed inclusionary ordinance last year, and that left the council in what I'm going to call a lurch or in limbo because we chose to not comment on the content, the substance of the proposed ordinance. And so I'm looking to correct that kind of process here today by saying we bifurcate 1 through 3. We'll see how that turns out. And then I think we need to, and Ms. Ostringer, if we continue tier 4 back to us, that would be the comment. It needs more, let me just shortcut this. It needs more work. It needs more definition, possible changes. Please, council, do not take up tier 4. Bring it back. Let us bring it back to Planning Commission for further consideration in conjunction with staff. Is that sufficient for how we might craft 1 or 2 motions tonight?
Chair Schwartz, commissioners, if you were to do something like that, I would recommend that you generally comment on, if you can come to a consensus with your concerns on the tier 4, that you do that, and then also make a recommendation that council bring the guidelines back to Planning Commission for further review.
Okay, so with that, before we come to Commissioner Reed, who wants to make a motion, Commissioner Bonderson, please.
Thank you so very much, Chair Schwartz. You've actually answered the majority of my questions. So just to be extremely clear, our goal tonight with our vote and our decision is to include comments. And I want to just be very clear that if we do vote and pass our recommendations to council regarding tier 1, 2, and 3, we should actually be doing so with comment. Is that correct? It's not just a straight yes, no vote. Please confirm.
Would you like me to comment, Ms. Ostringer? Okay. So what I'm hearing, I'm taking notes, I'm listening to everybody's comments. Tiers 1 through 3, what I'm hearing, and we'll see how the vote shapes. I'm hearing that the proposed language as brought forward by staff, tiers 1, 2, and 3, except for the threshold of 2,000 to be moved up to 2,500, and including my proposed 1-sentence language change, which I will send to staff that I read earlier, that would constitute, if I heard correctly, that would constitute our vote on tiers 1, 2, and 3. And I know Commissioner Reed wants to make the motion. Did I articulate that correctly, Commissioner Reed? Was that sufficient?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for tier 1 through 3, yes.
For tiers 1, 2, and 3. Did you get that, Commissioner Bonderson, or do I need to recap?
No, I got it. Thank you very much. My actual concern is in direct relationship with that. I would like to know if we do have any level of consensus among our commission to also include direction on the specific site constraints to ask for exemptions when there are very specific site constraints. Are we willing to address that in tiers 1, 2, and 3 at this time?
Well, Commissioner Reed is going to make a motion, so I would like, in the interest of time, Commissioner Reed, how would you like to respond since you're poised to make a motion?
I would be inclined, based on Ms. Ostringer's feedback, to really focus on the AIA comments and stay at a higher level. So I would propose that we recommend to forward the staff's recommendation for tiers 1, 2, and 3 with additional recommendations to raise the proposed tier 3 threshold from 2,000 to 2,500 square feet, to include a waiver process, to include an appeal process, and then that additional language that had been proposed by Chair Schwartz earlier. I'd be okay with also including Commissioner Bonderson's suggestion. I just think it gets into a little bit more detail than is necessary.
Why don't we do this in the interest of time? I heard you say recommend. Could you make a formal motion that you move, say I move,
Yeah,
and then,
Yeah, I'm happy
as
to.
we received in our training from Ms.
Yeah.
Ostringer.
Yeah, so I move to,
I'm sorry, I'm seeing Commissioner Wiscombe leaning forward. Before he makes a motion, did you want to say one more thing, Commissioner Wiscombe?
No, I wanted to say one thing to Commissioner Reed's about to make a motion. I thought he was making a motion and I was going to second it so we could discuss it, but
okay.
I think the appeal process isn't well vetted yet. We don't know how we're going to get there. So I would appreciate if that wasn't included. We do have a waiver process, and I do think that the waiver process needs to be monitored for waivers. So I would really appreciate that in the motion, but I think the appeal process needs to be vetted more since the regional water quality control board is our entity that we go to. We can't grant appeals is from what I'm hearing. So those are my comments. Yeah.
Commissioner Reed?
yeah, so I agree with you, Commissioner Wiscombe. My apprehension is that if we are generally in support of a type of appeal process, even though it needs a lot more clarity, and we don't include that right now, I just fear it could disappear. Whereas I don't know if we're in a great position right now to be the ones requesting more study. I think it would be more effective if we forward this general recommendation, and I think council will make that further direction. I just don't want to get passed over on this. I think it is an important point to address.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Wiscombe? Is that acceptable at this point? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's come back to you, Commissioner Reed, and let's go ahead and let's try a motion, see if there's a second, and see if we can proceed. And if we could ask staff, please, if you would speak slowly, I'd like staff to take note of the specific language that you're going to be articulating.
Okay. So I move that the commission supports the following, the staff proposals for tiers 1 through 3, with the addition of raising the proposed tier 3 threshold from 2,000 square feet to 2,500 square feet, the inclusion of a waiver process, and the inclusion of an appeal process. And then the specific language that Chair Schwartz had referenced earlier. I don't have that language, but I would include that as well.
Chair Schwartz, that's the Flowers letter, right? We could just reference it as the Flowers letter.
There is reference in the Flowers letter. I wrote my own answer to one of their questions that I read earlier in this hearing. If you want right now, I can reread that, or I can simply send it by email to everybody, to
Chair
staff
Schwartz?
to distribute.
Chair Schwartz, this is Assistant City Attorney Ostringer. Could you read it just so we have it clear in the record?
Yes, I will. Let me just get to that. Hold on. One moment. Okay, here it is. My suggested language. Would you first like me to tell you the current language and then my revised suggested language, or just the suggested revision, Ms. Ostringer?
Just the revision that will be going into the motion, please.
Okay, my suggested language in its entirety is as follows. If the site is determined to be inappropriate for infiltration by the geotechnical engineer, comma, a supporting letter and infiltration testing results must be provided, comma, and volume reduction requirement for the site will be waived, period. Only the peak runoff discharge requirement and stormwater treatment requirement would be required, period. That's it. So,
Madam-
yes, we have a motion. Hold on, we can't just wait. We have a motion on the table. Is there a second to Commissioner Reed's motion?
Second.
Commissioner Escobedo has seconded the motion. Discussion on the motion, please. Commissioner Higgins, I've seen your hand up for a while now.
Yeah, so what are we doing with tier 4 then? What does this motion do to the tier 4 proposal?
We're going to take a separate motion on tier 4, Commissioner Higgins. Does that answer your question? We're gonna take 2 votes. We're gonna take 2 votes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
It doesn't answer my question, although it's not a very, it doesn't satisfy me, but I appreciate how to cut the baby here. My other question is with respect to the exemptions, and given that we have a motion on the table that has to do with waivers and appeals, even though those aren't well defined, well, the appeal isn't well defined. I'd like to ask the motion maker if they would consider eliminating the public right-of-way exemption so that we can pick up more territory that we're applying these improvements to in the city.
Do you have a specific page reference that we could all look at? Commissioner
Page
Higgins?
11, page 11 of the staff report, and it's the exemption, Appendix J, and it's exemption 7.
Okay, and let's see if Mr. Bolton can find that and then expand it for us. Item number 7. Let's take a moment and let Mr. Bolton do that. So it's number 7 here on the screen, public improvements in the public right-of-way requiring C-1 drawings and limited only to trenching and trenchless utility boring for underground utility installation / repair. So to the maker of the motion, Commissioner Reed, and to the seconder, Escobedo.
I just don't have enough understanding of this.
So can I
this
explain?
particular exemption? Yeah.
So we were walking around on the site visit on Tuesday, and there was all kinds of street, the asphalt had been opened up for, utility improvements. And I fear we have a lot of those kinds of exemptions. We manage as a city a lot of real estate. And so we put the burden on the private property owner to do these, and we don't do them ourselves. Now, that may seem unfair, but given what we're talking about here is a more holistic way of looking at these regulations, inclusive of exemption, inclusive of appeals and waivers. The appeal and waiver process could still, include requests from the Public Works Department to not have to live by the letter of this program for all of its right-of-way improvement projects or utility replacements. So try to pick up more territory, try to make it more fair, and try to look at this thing a little bit more holistically. I'm sure when it comes back or when it goes through the other ordinance committee or creeks committee or to the council, we'll have some more definition or explanation about whether or not that could work from public works staff, or whether or not it could not work. But I feel like at this point, if we're trying to get something done tonight on this, without it coming back, I'd support. I'd encourage you to work with me on that. Then I'd feel comfortable about the rest of the package. Otherwise, I personally feel like I could spend another hearing on this item, really getting into tier 4 and understanding offsite mitigations in lieu, and bring the whole thing back on a continuance.
Okay, let's keep going with I'm sorry, Commissioner Reed, as the maker of the motion, did you want to comment before we go to further discussion on the motion?
Yeah, Chair Schwartz, would it be possible to just see a show of hands of people who would support Commissioner Higgins' modification?
Well, let me ask Ms. Ostringer if that's appropriate in the midst of where we are with this motion. Ms. Ostringer?
Chair Schwartz, and commissioners, yes, that's appropriate.
Okay, back to you, Commissioner Reed. What would you like to do now?
Just a show of hands of commissioners who would support Commissioner Higgins' suggestion, modification to the motion. 2.
Well, the three of us, Higgins, Bonderson, Schwartz. Is that right? Did I see that correctly? And Escobedo, so that's 4. And then Commissioner Reed, how do you feel that as the maker of the motion?
Yeah, so I'd be okay with it.
Okay, so you're willing to amend a motion to include that. Okay, let's keep going. Any further? I'm sorry, Commissioner Higgins, did you want to say anything else as discussion? No. Okay. Well, yes. Hold on. Yeah, Ms. Ostringer. I think you're there. I can.
Yeah, sorry. I'm having trouble with my camera. I apologize. I just wanted to, I didn't catch if the seconder approved it. I think I saw him raise his hand, but for a formal voice over.
I
Thank you.
Okay, so that was, we were going to have a 5-2 agreement in amending the motion, correct? Yes. Okay, before the Commissioner Bonderson's had her hand up for a while, please. Discussion on the motion.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask the motion maker, Commissioner Reed, if we could just quickly look at the language that was recommended to us on the flowers letter. Chair Schwartz read in one part of it, but I wanted to include another part if it would be amendable by you. It was specifically the third bullet point on page 2, or perhaps the way that you printed it, that may not be obvious. It's the sentence that begins, this language in the proposed amendment should apply to all projects, not just to tier 2. And then they have included the language that is currently focused for tier 2, and their recommendation is to apply it to all projects. And I wanted to bring that to your attention if we could include it, if you would be comfortable doing so.
Well, we don't have that up on, I don't know if we can.
I'm happy to read it.
Well,
it was the same language I read during my own question and comment time. It's not new. It was with regard to for tier 2 projects providing natural vegetated mulched treatment area totaling at least 25% of tributary impervious surface area is acceptable. Runoff must be able to, quote, access the entire treatment area to ensure maximum infiltration. And then it goes on to describe the proposed treatment area must have a slope less than 7% and be at least 18 feet wide for tier 3 and 4 projects. This method may be used for impervious walkways up to maximum of 6 feet wide. Only impervious areas meeting these requirements will be considered treated, but must be counted as impervious area for the SNARE threshold determination. And they have recommended allowing this language to apply to all of those tiers. That's what I wanted to bring to your attention if we could consider that.
Okay, so let's go back to the maker of the motion again. Mr. Commissioner Reed?
I'm generally supportive of that language, Commissioner Bonderson. As I was with Commissioner Higgins' suggestion, I just fear that we are complicating our recommendation. And again, I'd just like to see a show of hands in support of what Commissioner Bonderson is proposing.
Are we showing our hands? Okay.
Yes. Okay, so I, with all due respect, I'd be inclined to just keep that out. Keep it as simple as possible.
Thank you for the consideration. I appreciate it.
Okay, so with that, I don't see any other, this is again discussion on the motion. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wondered if the maker of the motion would include, hold on here, under the waiver process would include, since that's part of the motion, a monitoring of the waiver to see how many waivers we're granting annually, just to kind of keep a tab on that.
Show of support. I'd be okay with including that.
So was
I'm
that a
okay as
6 to
well.
1? Was that a 6 to 1? Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. So Commissioner Reed has accepted that to amend the motion. Before we come back to that, Commissioner Lodge has her hand up. Discussion on the motion, the amended motion, Commissioner Lodge. We can't hear you, Commissioner Lodge.
Okay, my microphone is on now. I'm afraid I don't understand. The basic motion is to eliminate number 7 from the list of exemptions. Is that what we're voting on?
That's the part of the amended motion, correct?
I don't understand. So what is the effect? That provides that doesn't have a project which is underground, related to undergrounding utilities, would now have to do stormwater management?
Correct.
Commissioner Higgins, do you want to comment since you're the one that raised that, please?
Yeah, it's just
What?
applying basically the same rules to public right of way that we do for private property. And if it's unreasonably burdensome for the city to do that, you know, I would expect that at a later hearing, not with this commission, but as it moves to the city council, that they'll tell us why, you know, quantitatively that would hurt this amount of redevelopment of right of way, et cetera, by some quantitative measure.
Talking about undergrounding, underground utility work. And
These are public improvements, Commissioner Lodge. This is basically an equity situation, I think, as I'm hearing Commissioner Higgins.
Public project, but why would the exemption be taken away from this when it has no effect whatsoever on stormwater?
Well, I guess I
Ms.
would
Zachary,
assume
we
it
can't have
already-
you come in at this time. I'm sorry.
I-
We can't
I
have
assume
Ms.
it
Zachary
has an
come in.
effect on stormwater because it's included in the exemption list.
I'm concerned about kind of where we're going with this. We've already brought it back into the motion. It's incorporated into the motion, and I'm just concerned about continued discussion beyond. I'd really like to bring us to a vote on this motion. We have an amended motion. Could you read, Commissioner Reed, the fully amended motion so that staff gets it in its entirety? And then I'm going to bring us to a vote because it is almost 20 after 6, and I really wanted to try to have us conclude at 6, but I know this is important, and we have to get to tier 4 very swiftly after this. So a vote on tier 4. Commissioner Reed, could I ask you to please take it away? And then with Commissioner Escobedo as the second.
Yeah, and Commissioner Wiscombe, can you please give me the language again for your addition?
Is that on the waiver that you're referring to?
Yes, I just asked that we monitor, that there be a formal monitoring process for waivers to understand how many are actually granted annually.
So the amendments to the motion would include the elimination of number 7 on page 11 of 16 of the staff report under Appendix J. That exemption would be removed. Additionally, the amended motion would recommend a formal monitoring process for waivers. The intent being to monitor the number of waivers granted on an annual basis.
Okay, and is Commissioner Escobedo comfortable in supporting that as the seconder?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Rydell, I hope you're still with us. Thank you for your patience and your stamina. Could we please have a voice vote on the motion as amended?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the voice roll call vote. Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes, only because I want to see at least part of this go forward.
Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, let's take up, as efficiently as we can, a second vote. We need to deal with Tier 4, and I want to remind us that there's been significant discussion about developing an in lieu fee program, whether that's connected to the priority housing overlay area or some other. So I would be interested, Commissioner Reed, did you also want to try out a motion on this and see where we go with how we're going to incorporate both the reference to continuing Tier 4, but also has some substantive language around it for the council to consider?
Yeah, I think we need to have a little discussion on this. Again, I support Ms. Ostranger's recommendation that we provide as much commentary on Tier 4 as possible. I don't think we can count on this returning to Planning Commission before it goes to City Council. I'd like to hear everybody's comments on just considering that recommendation from Ms. Ostranger. I would recommend that yes, Tier 4 needs more review. We recommend that it continue, that it come back to us for further review and recommendation. But in the interim, if that wasn't to happen, I would recommend, based on everybody's questions and comments for this item, that Tier 4 be excluded from the priority overlay. And additionally, outside of it, the Tier 4 would revert to the county minimum standard.
I would second that motion.
Okay, and what about, I just want to tee this up again because we've had so much discussion about an in lieu fee program. So before we go to Commissioner Escobedo, we're in discussion on how we might craft a second motion. Did you want to also comment about in lieu before we continue on? Commissioner Reed?
I'd like to hear if there's general support for that idea. This is complicated, and I think this discussion, the other issues, this discussion could be quite a long one. So
exactly. Okay, and I think I saw Commissioner Escobedo's hand go up right away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you remind me what that designation would be for Tier 4 if we reverted to the county?
Commissioner Reed, did you want to respond to that since you brought that up?
Well, I know from the presentation or some of the comments that the square footage would go up to 20,000 something.
It's 22,500.
But I think someone from the staff would need to read all of that.
So I am generally against reverting to the county recommendation, but I would offer some relief in an in lieu fee that would offer them more flexibility. Dropping from Tier 4 to Tier 3 in the priority overlay, I'm in support of that. I would also be in support of an in lieu fee that did the same thing so that we can use those funds to fund other stormwater treatment in the city and maybe alleviate some of the burden in the future that we're putting on each property owner. If we are able to handle the stormwater treatment in the city as a whole better, maybe we can eventually develop more lenient standards.
Okay, Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm with Commissioner Escobedo on this. I don't think we go to the county standards. They're a whole different animal than we are. We had a great discussion about in lieu fees, and basically I think the commission decided that we just simply don't have enough information. Ms. Zachary gave a very good summary of what we discussed for possible alternatives. And I think that we need to give the council the reasoning behind holding back on tier 4. And that's because we have other competing priorities in the city. And Commissioner Reed cited it very well, our general plan. Housing is a priority. So I think we need to send that message to City Council. And I was wondering if it's possible for Ms. Zachary to come back, and she had the laundry list, I think, of why we are struggling with tier 4. Is that possible to bring her back? Chair Schwartz? We can't hear you.
What would we be, I want to be efficient if we ask Ms. Zachary to come back, and exactly what would we be asking her to articulate that could help us with a motion?
She articulated what she thought was our questions in development of tier 4 for possible, particularly in the priority overlay zone, possible strategies to provide relief for development in the priority overlay zone, since housing is a priority of ours. And she, I think, developed a list of what we're talking about, State Street watershed and in lieu fee, where that in lieu fee would go. I think that's what we were all trying to look at, possibly for other treatment in the city that was a priority area. So that's all. I'm just
wondering, before we ask her to come back, if we do, we're not going to spend another half an hour. Let's face it, we're not going to spend a half an hour trying to dig into each category that may express concerns about tier 4 or what the work that still needs to be done in association. So I'm trying to keep this succinct, but I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Wiscombe. We do need some meat on this. We need some real substance behind the concerns we have and why it's not ready to be forwarded. I want to honor what you're saying. Let me ask Ms. Zachary if she'd be willing to come back. And I don't know if this is unfair to you, Ms. Zachary, to reiterate the list that you mentioned. Maybe that was top of mind. But if you're still with us, I'm going to ask you to come back. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. I asked you to close out before, but appreciate you still being with us. Go ahead.
Chair Schwartz, members of the Planning Commission, what we heard in your discussion was a desire to look at ways to address the central business district and the housing overlay zone differently than other parts of the city, since they're critical areas, such that if we had an in lieu fee program and or a watershed program, that compliance with tier 4 could actually either be done under the in lieu, could be done on site, or could be done in association with the watershed receiving site as a part of a watershed plan. If we take that recommendation, or if that is your recommendation, to go to council and then subsequently to the regional board, that is what we would take to them. Then we would have to do the work to implement something like that. So if we got the nod from the regional board, yes, go do this work, then we would go do the work and actually define the plan, define the program, and move forward. Just as an aside, I would just let you remind you that the county's tier 4 is also 15,000 square feet. So what we're proposing is no different than what the county has.
Thank you, Ms. Zachary. Back to you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Was that helpful in terms of helping us move some of the language forward into a
Yes.
motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is what we've discussed, and I think Ms. Zachary really summarized it well. So I don't know why we have to have a further discussion other than carve her language into our motion.
I see Commissioner Higgins has had his hand up. Commissioner Higgins?
I thought your motion included excluding a tier 4. Did I mishear you?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed, yes.
Yes, it did. But this would be a different suggestion entirely.
So are you thinking about amending your motion? Because I
didn't make a motion.
Oh, well, Commissioner Bonderson seconded something, but
no, we're not there yet. We didn't make a motion yet.
I'll just say my comment on how Ms. Zachary summarized where this could head with respect to tier 4 sounds good to me.
Okay, Ms. Ostranger, did you want to come back in?
I was, Chair Schwartz, Commissioners, I was just going to say that there is not a motion on the floor. It was just a discussion item.
Yes, ideas. Okay, Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
let's see if we can start to again compress and articulate something that we could get into a motion, please.
Absolutely. I was hoping just to help support Commissioner Reed since his original formation of what was happening. I jumped the gun and supported it. Perhaps we just remove the language about the county because as we just heard, the language is actually identical, and so it's not necessary to bring up, but perhaps Commissioner Higgins wants to articulate something
No,
additional.
I'll make a motion. I'm ready to make a motion.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, so I just don't want to discount anyone else. So with that, okay, I'm not seeing more hands. Commissioner Higgins, go ahead, take it away. Why don't you give it a try?
Okay, so the motion is that we recommend to the council that tier 4 be structured with the 15,000 square foot threshold, and that it include options for applicants to treat stormwater on site or off site, or with mitigation fees or in lieu fees.
Second.
Oh, you beat me to it.
Okay, let me ask a question here as part of our discussion. I'm thinking back to some very quick notes I was making when Commissioner Reed first began to articulate his thoughts on this. Didn't we want this to return to Planning Commission for more work, and then in the course of that cite why we are both not prepared to move it forward today, but are looking for certain changes or additions to the tier 4 package or component package?
Well, Madam Chair, I'd support that coming back, the tier 4 component coming back to us and with additional definition about how that would work. I see that we don't have a ton of time on our agendas in the late summer and fall, but maybe it wouldn't be a long item.
So let me further ask for clarification because I wasn't sure in your motion, Commissioner Higgins. I'm not clear where we are with excluding tier 4 from the priority housing overlay, or I also heard some say drop it to tier 3. Now this is separate from the concept and needs to be fleshed out of an in lieu fee, which could facilitate off-site receiving site watershed mitigation. I'm not sure how all this fits together. I'm not clear in my own mind. Commissioner Escobedo, Commissioner Higgins, I'm sorry. Did you want to respond to my lack of clarity on all of that?
Well, my motion didn't carve out any CBD, so it was strictly anything that's tier 4 citywide. So it does give flexibility to anybody that's tier 4 to do anything on-site or off-site.
Okay, and what about development of the in lieu? Could you remind me what you were including with the in lieu?
It included in lieu as well, in off-site,
Exploration.
on-site, or in
Okay.
lieu, yes.
Okay. Did I miss anything else, Commissioner Reed, from what you said to the motion that Commissioner Higgins made? I want to make sure I was capturing everything. Commissioner Reed, nothing else? Is that it? Did he get it all?
I would go to Commissioner Escobedo.
Okay, let's go to you, Commissioner Escobedo. You've been wanting to speak for a few minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I understood, Ms. Zachary, from what she told us, that we would be asking that we bring this to the Regional Water Board conceptually, and then they would give us either a yes or a no, and then it would go back to staff to figure out the details. And I would imagine, and maybe we can get some clarity, it would then come to Planning Commission in terms of the details of the specifics of how the in lieu fees would work and how we would do the offsite and such.
Okay.
That's what I heard as well. You're right.
Okay, Commissioner Lodge, good discussion on the motion, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From what I heard from staff, the tier 4 doesn't make that much difference. The other thing I heard from staff is that in lieu fees don't work. San Francisco is looking at close to $1 million per acre to get enough money to do a project, an in lieu project. I also heard from staff that sites for in lieu projects are extremely rare and very costly to create. So I'll be voting against the motion.
Okay. Let's see, Commissioner Wiscombe, have you commented on the motion yet? Discussion? Do you have any discussion on the motion? If not, we could keep going.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only discussion is that we make sure that we include what Ms. Zachary said in the motion, because there were several components. If the maker of the motion and the seconder would agree to that, there were several components of what Ms. Zachary discussed. And I think she articulated it very well 2 times, so.
Yeah, need a recorder on that. Well, we are recording. Okay, let me keep going to, I see Commissioner Bonderson's hand up. Discussion on the motion, please.
Yes, thank you so much. I just wanted to clarify, when we use the term at this time for in lieu fee, we have not actually suggested what the in lieu fee would be for. So are we in a position to keep that loose and not assign it to anything as we move forward, so we can go ahead and be nice and loose about that today?
Yes, we don't have time at this hour. We don't have time to talk about any details other than this general framework, I would call it, that Commissioner Higgins has articulated. And if I want to, we could refer back to the way Ms. Zachary, the substance.
Yes, of
that
course.
Ms. Zachary said, let's put that in the record also as part of the motion. Any other discussion on the motion? Commissioner Higgins.
I just wanted to add that to be able to be clear with Commissioner Lodge, since she brought that up a moment ago with the programs that are attached to the in lieu fee. So this is not attached to anything, and we can move forward with it nicely.
Yeah, Commissioner, yes. Ms. Ostranger, before we go to a vote.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Commissioners and Commissioner Higgins, could I ask if you could just restate the motion so it's clear what everyone's voting on, and it's also clear for Ms. Rydell when she has to prepare the minutes that are going to go to council?
Thank you. I know Ms. Rydell's so patient with us.
Okay, I may not pick up everything Commissioner Wiscombe wanted me to reiterate from Ms. Zachary.
Let's go slowly. Okay.
If you wanted to start with Ms. Zachary, you could do that as well. But I guess that the tier 4, that we recommend that tier 4 move along to the council, and with the flexibility for applicants to apply for on-site or off-site or in lieu compensation to all tier 4 projects. And that my understanding is that procedurally, the project or the concept goes to Regional Water Board first and then comes back to the city for refinement. Is that what you needed picked up, Commissioner Wiscombe?
Yeah, well, what I think Commissioner Escobedo was on to the process, I was on to the specific notes that Ms. Zachary took regarding our discussion on in lieu fees and potential sites, watersheds, that type of thing that she said that they would do more research on.
Yeah, that's my assumption is all of those options would be explored in terms of offsite shared resources. It's kind of, it's again, back to the practitioners that have suggested that through the AIA letter. So,
Commissioner Escobedo?
And just this for Commissioner Higgins, the in lieu fees would not get rid of their stormwater requirements. It would give them more flexibility, correct?
Well, the in lieu fees could take a variety, I imagine, sort of have a menu effect. You know, you could pay out of stormwater. Maybe the fees go down a little bit if you do some stormwater on site. Maybe the fee structure is different in the central business district, so it's less of a fiscal burden for CBD projects than it is for outside of the CBD, but all of those are menus, a menu of potential solutions that we can push and pull after we get at least a green light from Regional Water Board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, back to Ms. Ostranger, was that motion clear enough? We have a first and a second on that.
I would just, it seemed clear to me, but I want to make sure Ms. Rydell is fine with that. And then I would want to just clarify that the summary of the motion by Commissioner Higgins was acceptable to the seconder.
Yes.
Ms. Rydell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if this is all just above my head, but I am still a little confused, and I know a lot of that can be clarified when I review the tape. But essentially what I have for the motion is that the commission recommends to City Council that Tier 4 be structured with the 15,000 square foot threshold and include options for stormwater offsite or onsite with mitigation in lieu fees. And then we want to Vice Chair Wiscombe wanted to include Ms. Zachary's notes on your recommendations for Tier 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins as maker of the motion and Commissioner Escobedo? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Reed has his hand up. Commissioner Reed, please.
I just want to make clear, because Commissioner Higgins was suggesting a citywide structure, whereas Ms. Zachary's comments seem to limit it to housing overlays, priority overlays. So if we're including all of what Ms. Zachary suggested, it seems to be in contradiction to the motion.
Commissioner Higgins?
No, my motion is for citywide Tier 4. But I acknowledge that part of the devil's in the details of how the fees are structured could be, levered in certain parts of the city to give different incentives for different zones. But I don't want to really go there tonight. Seems cleaner just to take it Tier 4 with flexibility to be defined later.
Further discussion, Commissioner Wiscombe, before we go to a vote, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Zachary's, I wanted Ms. Zachary's comments included. Commissioner Reed's correct. She talked about the priority overlay zone, but it was the methodologies and the things that we discussed that could be potentially make Tier 4 more flexible that I wanted included, and we don't need any, I didn't want to intend to include exclusively the priority overlay zone.
Very good. Good clarification. I think that was worth the time spent. Thank you, Commissioner Reed, for pressing for that clarification. Okay, I'm looking. I think we're ready for a vote. Yes, Ms. Rydell, please do a voice vote on the motion by Commissioner Higgins, second by Commissioner Escobedo. This is
Thank
our
you, Madam
second vote. Yes.
This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Lodge?
Yes, I'm sorry, no.
Oh, Commissioner Lodge, wait, she
Too
said
late.
yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe?
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo?
Yes.
Chair Schwartz?
Yes.
That is 6 yeses and 1 no. Thank you.
Hey, Commissioner Lodge, are you sure you don't want to join the pack? Okay, would be really fun if you joined the pack, but I'll let it go.
I'm
Okay.
establishing a long record of 6-1 votes with me.
I understand. I just, a little bit of levity at 6:45 p.m., Commissioner Lodge. Okay, with that, this item, yes, this item is closed. Commissioner Higgins.
I just wanted to reiterate my interest in seeing, having staff, either Ms. Bjork or Mr. Casey, discuss the transition of the administration of the project into land development. I don't know if that's appropriate when it comes back to us, if it does at some point after regional water or on a lunch item. But I do have, as I read the public comment letters, it feels like there's almost more angst over the process than the content.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Okay, we have concluded this item. Let's see, I don't think we need to say anything more about this. These are recommendations to City Council, so we'll follow them to the council. Let me just ask, in the interest of time, usually we conclude with our administrative agenda. Is everybody comfortable just because of the hour for us to move our committee and liaison reports to our next hearing, which is August 6th? Yes, I'm seeing, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay, then we're going to do that. I want to thank everybody, staff, the public, my fellow commissioners. Another long but hopefully productive hearing today. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.